Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I am going to show you a quick demo of library management system. Okay, so I have started the project and here you can see this. It's a login page for my library management system. Here you can see this, we have this login button, sign up button, and these are few stuff which you can easily identify. So this is YouTube, this is Facebook, and this is Instagram. When I click on this YouTube logo, this will open my YouTube channel in my browser. Let me show you. When I click on this, I have clicked on this and it's loading. Okay, so my internet connection is a little bit slow. That's why it's taking a little bit of time. So you can see this, my channel is open. That is btech days. So if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and to get updated with my new content as well. And here, let me show you that when I click on this Instagram, it will open my Instagram account into my browser. Okay, so it will move to the Instagram account. So you can see this. If you have not followed me on Instagram, then just go and follow, search for btech days as well. And here you will find my account, and there you can directly text me whatever problem you have. I'm 24/7 available there. I'm going to resolve the problem. So that's not an issue. So let me move back to the project as well. So you can see this. So I have shown you what is these stuff, and this is actually closed. I have designed this. Let me close this. Here you can see this, the application is closed. Okay, let me start this once again. So here you can see this. My username is LMS and password is pass. So let me enter this. I have entered here. When I click on login, it will move to the dashboard. Here you can see this. These are the features which I am providing with this library management system. Like books, in books we have two stuff, that is add new book, view book. In a student we have two stuff, that is add book, view student book, issue book. We can issue the books, we can return book, complete book details. It will show how many books are uh, allotted, how many books are issued to the students, and how many books are returned by the user. Okay, so let me start with the first one. So I have clicked on this books, and when I click on this add new book, here you can see this form is open. So if you need the source code, then just you have to do two step. That is, first subscribe to my YouTube channel, and second just comment your email ID in the comment section. I will provide you the source code. Okay, so we really do hard work for design new stuff, new content, and for that we need your support. Just subscribe us, this will help us to grow. Okay, so let's start with this. Here you can see this. Now let me just name this book as Java. Okay, so book author name is something, let me type JK. Okay, PK Singh. And book publication is RK publication. Okay, here you can see this. Book purchase date, let me change this to previous one. So it's in 2019 Feb and something like this. Here you can see this. Book prices 532 for each, and how many quantities we are buying is 25. When you click on this save, it will show, it will ask you that are you confirm you want to add this book. So if you cancel this, nothing will be happen. When you click on OK, here you can see this, the data is now added. Here you can see this data saved, success. Okay, so when I cancel, it will close up, unsaved data will be deleted. Here you can see this, we have already saved, and if you without clicking on save, if we click this, then this will remove the data. Okay, so let me go move to this view book. Here you can see this, we have this book, view book, PK Singh, RK publication, and Wednesday. Here you can see this 2019 532, and as well as quantity is 25. Okay, so not to worry, I'm going to show you how to design each stuff in this project. Okay, so here you can see this, we have to type book name. If you want to search something, like I want to search Java, or here you can see this, when I enter the first character, it search for Java. Okay, so when I click on refresh, it will load all the data. Suppose I have written this publication, or suppose I have purchased the 30 books. Okay, but I have wrongly mentioned here 25, so I want to change this. So how to do that? I have clicked on this. Here you can see this new form is opened here, new panel is visible. I'm going to show you how these stuff is working. If I click on refresh, the new panel is removed. Here you can see this, nothing, scroll bar is also removed. So when you click on this row, anywhere in this row, now new panel is opened with the filled data. Here you can see this for Java pksync. Here you can see this, you can match the data actually. Pksync, RK publication, Wednesday. Here you can see this, everything is now visible here. Okay. So I want to actually set this, change this book quantity to 30. So here you can see this now 30. When you update this and data will be updated, confirm, okay. So here you can see this. Now the data is 30. Here you can see this. Okay. If you want to delete any book, you can easily delete with this button. Okay. Just click on that row. Data is here, and you have to just click on delete. Data will be deleted. If you click on OK, data will be removed from the database as well. And when you click on cancel, nothing will happen. Here you can see this. Just cancel. So you can see this. We are back to here. Okay. So let me just close this. I've shown you how these stuff are working. Okay. So here you can see this. Everything is working fine. Now let me just move to this add student. So let me add a student, because we have to add a student because students are going to issue these books as well. Okay, so let me add some name, that is Pooja, and enrollment number, let me take PU dash. Enrollment number is provided by the university, so you don't have to worry about the enrollment number. Okay, so 1002. So I have added this enrollment number, and department CSE, and semester 4th. Okay, the contact number will be something like this. Okay, and email ID will be pooja@gmail.com. Here you can see this. I'm going to click on the save info, data saved. Okay, so I have not coded for this refresh. When I click on this refresh, all this text box will be cleared. I will show you that, not to worry. If you are a beginner, then just stay tuned with us. Watch each video. I'm going to show you each small stuff, how these GIF I have added, how these small stuff I have done, and all these images and icons. I will provide the link in the description for the all images and icons which I have used in this project. Okay. So let me just exit. Here you can see this Pooja, and this is what I have added. Here you can see this few student. Here you can see this Pooja PU 1002, and we have few students before. Okay, so you can see this. Suppose we have entered something wrong with this. You can actually search this here each record with this enrollment number. Here you can see this PU. When I enter PU, here you can see this, observe one small stuff, that this image is already changed when I enter something. Let me just remove all the stuff. Here you can see this view student. Now previous GIF has been fixed. Okay. So you can see this PU dash 1002. When I enter proper enrollment number, here you can see this, all the stuff is here. When I click on this, new form is visible. Here you can see this, and suppose this she is from this 5th semester, or like let me just take 2nd semester. Okay, so 2nd. When I click on update, data will be updated, confirm. Okay, so here you can see this, it's now 2nd, and I want to remove this record as well. So here you can see this enrollment number is 1234, like this. Okay, so I want to delete this data. So how to delete this? Just click on this delete, data will be deleted. Click on OK. Now here you can see this. Now first record has been removed. So this image is still here because this text box is already filled with data. Let me just remove this. Here you can see this. Okay, so I have shown you how to do these stuff. Here you can see this. Now we have this issue book form. Okay, so I have done one more change in this. When you maximize this, this text box are adapt according to that, and these button moved from the right corner. Okay, then when you minimize it, it will just change its size. Here you can see this. How this stuff is going on, I will show you. Okay, so not to worry about that. So here you can see this. When I click on this book name, here you can see this, we have added Java. So this is actually fetched, this data is fetched from this database and being added into this combo box. So I will show you that also, not to worry about that. Okay, so here you can see this, what is going on. Okay, so let me just start with this. Okay, suppose you entered something wrong, user ID and password with wrong enrollment number, and when you try to search, here you can see this invalid enrollment number. So what we have entered is PU-1002, which is Pooja, and when you search, you can see this Pooja CAC second. Here you can see this, all the data is here. Let me just refresh this. Here you can see this, all the stuff has been removed. Okay, so let me just close and add it once again. So PU-1002, when I click on this search student, here you can see this, and suppose I have not selected this any book here. Okay, and when I click on this, here you can see this select book. Here you can see this select book, or maximum number of book has been issued. It means that either you have not selected the book, or this user ID, this enrollment number has issued with the 3 books. Okay, so I'm going to enter this. Okay, and let me just select this data structure. This is the first book that I'm going to issue for this user ID. Okay, so let me just issue book issued. Okay, so I'm going to issue this another book as well. So I'm going to issue Java book issued. So I'm going to issue books as well. So issue, and I'm going to again issue this data structure. Here you can see this. I have already issued 3 books as well. So when I'm going to try for the 4th book, here you can see this. Okay, so something error is there. Okay, so there was a small error in my code, so I have solved that. And here you can see this. We have already added issued 3 books. For I'm now going to issue the 4th one. Okay, so when I click on this, here you can see this select book, or the maximum number of books has been issued. Okay, so let me close this and let me show you that. When I click on this remove book, here you can see this PU-1002 is the enrollment number for this Pooja. Okay, so here you can see this. We have already 3 books allotted to her. Okay, so here you can see this, and let me show you once again that when I try to allot one more PU-1002 and search student, and when I select Java and issue book, here you can see this. Now it's working fine. Okay, so maximum 3 books can be issued to one student, and when I click on refresh, it will remove all the content, and when I click on this exit, this will close this form. Okay, so when I click on this return book, here you can see this, you have to search with the enrollment number. Okay, so suppose a student has been come in front of you and you want to return the book, so I'm going to ask what is your enrollment number, and when we say PU-1002, and when you search for a student, here you can see this. If suppose if the user want to return this Java or data structure book, okay, so I want to return this Java book. When I click on this, you can see this, all the data is here, and I want to return this. So when you click on this return, this will return the book. Okay, so when you click on this return, here you can see return successful. When you click on OK, and if you again search for PU-1002, here you can see this, we have only 2 books here. And if you want to reissue the book, now user can access that book once again. Okay, so PU-1002, and when I click on this, here you can see this. Now I want to take one more book. Okay, so when I'm going to issue book, here you can see that book issued. Let me just close this, and when I click on this, PU-1002 search, and if you want to issue one more book, here you can see this maximum number of book has been allocated. Okay, so I'm going to show you that the 3rd book is available or not. 102. Here you can see this. Now we have 2 books. Book is here. Okay, so I have shown you how these all stuff is working. Here you can see this. You can select the return date, like in past or something like that. You can change as well. So return. Okay, so I have shown you how to do this. When you click on this exit, this will close the application, close the form as well. Let me just show you. PU-1002 search student. When you click on refresh, it will remove all content as well. So just close this, and let me show you what is this complete book detail. When I click on this, here you can see this. These are the book currently allocated to the users. Okay, so you can see this, all these contents are here. Issued book currently active. Here you can see this, 3 books which are issued. Okay, so which is Puja. Okay, so 2 books currently. Okay, so you can see these 2 books, and all the return book are here, which I have practiced before when I'm designing this application. Okay, so not to worry about that. So I'm going to show you each stuff, and each image and icon I will show you, I will provide you, not to worry about that. Okay, so let me just see one small stuff, u-1002 search student. Here you can see this, we have only 2 books, and in this we have only 2 active conditions for this Puja. Here you can see this, Puja has already returned few books, 5 books. Here you can see this, and the same way you can return more books. Okay, so when you click on this exit, this will close the application. So I hope you like this project, and if you really like this project, just stay tuned with us. I'm going to show you each stuff in detail. Just stay tuned. Tomorrow I'm going to upload the first video for this, how to design the login page as well, and how to design this dashboard, and after that how to design one book, add book, view book, add a student, view student, issue book, return book, complete book detail, exit, everything in detail. Okay, so not to worry about that. So that's it for the today's video. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel, and please follow us on Instagram. Just go, and for more similar projects, just go to description, you can check for other projects as well. Okay, so thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you how to design this login form and how to backend code of this login form. And I will show you how to code for this YouTube. When I click on this, this will let me move to my YouTube channel. The same way when I click on this, it will move to my Instagram account. I will show you how to design this, everything in detail. Okay, so just stay tuned and be focused. So let me just start this. So I have already created a new project. Here you can see this. So this is the form. So first let me just copy the size of this form so that it looks similar. Okay. So here we go with this, and let me just copy the size of this form. Okay. So just go to properties, and here you will find the size. Here you can see this. We just paste this. Here you can see this, we have the size. Okay, so what we need is, first thing, we need to actually remove this border. So for that you have to just change this. Here you can see this. Let me just, first thing, you have to change this start position to center screen. When you start, this needs to be shown into the center of the screen. Okay, so after that you have to change few more stuff, that is form border style sizable. So you have to change that to none. Here you can see this, we have now this border has been removed, and after that we have to set the color. So for that you have to just go for color, and in this let me just copy the color code as well. So for that, just click on this, and let me just copy the color, background color, that is this one, 35, 36 and 55. That is the color combination, and I have to just, okay, sorry, that's not. So we have to change the background color, back color, that is, here you can see this. Just paste this. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. After that, in this you can see this, we have this picture here. So I need a picture box, and this is also a GIF. So I will provide you these images icons into the description. Just go and check out the video description. These are all labels as well, so I will provide you all this stuff here. Okay, so let me just drag one picture box. So in the toolbox you can search picture box. Here I have, in this picture box, let me set the image. So choose image, it will select, it will open your local directories, and there you can search for images. Okay, so in desktop I have folder, that is login icons, and this I have few stuff, that is this one. I have used this one, so okay, and hit OK. Just set this one to stretch image, and here you can see this. Okay, so this is same in the previous. and we need one more picture box. So let me just drag and drop one more. So in this you can see this, there is small rectangle shape that is just bouncing so that it look nice. So let me just add that too. Just choose image and this local resources, click on import and you will select the image. So this one is box loading. Okay, and just select the stretch. Okay, so we have to make it large so that it look nice and put this box on the proper place. Here you can see this. Now let me start this. Okay, so let's see that it's on the right place or not. Oh, you can see this, it's not right on right place. We have to move it on the right position. So make it a little bit large. Okay, so bring this to front. Just right click and bring to front. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. Just start this. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. Okay. So in this way it's working. Let me just move it to a little bit upside. Now we need two text boxes. So just search for text box. Drag and drop. I need two. So just copy and paste. So we have two now here. Just make it large first. After that I will show you how the other things are there. So after this you have to do one more thing, that is first we have to set picture box, that is icon, two icons in the pictures box. Let me just choose. So for username we have this one, open this. Okay, just stretch image and here you can see this, we have this here. So here we have this, copy and paste one more time. Just bring it in this front and change the image. Password is this one. Open, click on OK. Here you can see this. Now we have set, and after that in this you can see we have two lines here. So this is nothing but this is a border. This is a panel actually. Okay, so let me just drag one panel. Okay, so here you can see this, we have this panel here, and let me just make it of this size. Okay, let me just increase the text box size. So here we have this panel now. So we have to set this panel color to white. Okay, so background color to white. Here you can see this, and decrease its width. Okay, so how to do that? For that you have to just go to this size. Here you can see this, we have this 10 to 5. Hit enter. Here you can see this, the size is decreased 4. Okay, so just copy and paste one more time. You have to copy this panel and paste one more time and just drag it here. Okay, in this way you have to do. And after that here you can see this text box is visible. So how to remove this white space, white color from the background? So for that you have to just click on this border and copy the color combination, the back color, and just set this back color for this text box. Okay, so search for back color and just paste it and hit enter. Here you can see this, but you can see small white rectangle shapes. Let me just start this. This will be visible. Here you can see this, the white spaces is still, white border is visible. So let me remove that white border. So for that, how to remove that? Here you can see this border style fixed 3D. So let me just remove this to set none. Here you can see this. Now start this and you will find that nothing is there. Here you can see this, you can write it something, but that's in the black color, so we will change the color as well. So this is quite large, so let me just change its size to 1. Okay, and move it a little upside and just start this. Okay, so now it's nice, but I want this text needs to be in white color. So for that, just click on this text box and search for fog color and just set this to white. And after that, you have to change the font of this text box. So click on this three dots on font, and after that select calibri, and in this bold 10. Okay, here you can see this. Just start this and you will see the difference. Here you can see this, now it's clearly visible. In this you can write anything and it's in white color. Okay, let me just stop this, and the size is a little bit smaller, so let me just increase the size font. Okay, so let me set 12. Okay, so now it will be nice. In the same way, we have to change this panel width as well. So here we have to set 2, hit enter, and we have to move it a little bit upside and just change this color, background color. Here you can see this back color, paste 35, 36 and 55, hit enter. Remove the border style to none and change the font as well. So just change the font for color to white. After that, click on font 12 and calibri and hit on OK. You can see this. Now start this and you will see the difference. Here you can see this. Okay, so everything is nice now. But here you can see this. In this form we have buttons as well, and this is another button. So let me just drag 2 buttons. So I need button. Just drag and drop it, copy and paste to replicate, and after that make this button large. I have just copied and pasted it once again. Let me make it a little bit larger. Okay, so let me change this button text to login, and let me increase the font 12 and change the color. So background color needs to be this one. Here you can see this. Okay, so you can see this little bit white border type is visible, so we have to change for that too. So for that you have to just change little bit small stuff, that it is. Let me just search. So we have to change this. Let me search flat style. Here you can see this. We have to change this to pop up. When you select pop up, here you can see this. The border, white border is removed. Let me just start and show you. Now when I click on this, you can see it's look like 3D button which is being clicked, and here when I click on this, nothing happens. Okay, so in the same way we have to change for this one too. So let me just increase the size to 12 bold and set sign up. Hit enter. Login, make it bold too. Okay, and make this little bit dark color. So just change this background color, back color, this button to like this gray. Here you can see this, but we have to change the style, flat style. Just change this to pop up. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. We have to change this color, the fog color, that is button color, to, let me just select fog color to this one. Okay, so now it's looking nice. And after that, in this you can see we have these logo as well. So I'm going to add these logo. So for that I need picture box. Search for picture box, just drag and drop it here, just decrease its size like this, choose image, click on import, and we have to select, first thing is what, Instagram. So let me select Instagram. Okay, and make it stretch After that we need three similar, so just copy and paste two more time and set different images. Here you can see this. Then click on this, choose image, click on import, and we need Facebook, and we need YouTube. So just click on this, click on import and YouTube. Okay. So here we have. Let me just start this, and you can see everything is now fine, looking nice. And here you can see this, we have this logo as well. So we need one button here. First thing what we need is button. So add button, just drag and drop it here, just change this to, so I'm using capital X, close. Okay, so let me make this small. After that we have to change the color, so change the back color to like this. Okay, just make it a little bit and change this flat style to pop up. After that change this for color to red, so that that's visible. Okay, so after that we need to actually increase the size so that X is clearly visible, like 16. Okay, 16 is quite large, but it's nice. Okay, so we have this button now. Okay, so let me just change the design name of this button. Just go to properties and change this to BDM close, hit enter, and when you double click on this, this will generate a click event, and we have to write just this dot close. Save this and start this. Now we have this button here. We'll click on this. Here you can see this, it has been closed. Okay, after that here you can see this, we have this text box. In this text box we have some text, username and password. So how to set that? For that, just click on this, go to properties and text, we have to write username, and in this we have to type password. And what we have to do is, this is a little bit different, so we have to make the change in font as well. So make this to bold. Okay, so now here you can see this, the difference. Now what is the problem is, I have set the text here, but here you can see this, it shows like we have this text. We have to delete this, and after that we have to enter the username or password. So how to do that? For that we have to just go to properties of this text box, and here you can see this, there's events. Click on this and search for mouse enter. Here you can see this, you will find this. Click on this. So first text box name is text box 1. So let me first change the text box name as well. So let me just remove this event for now. So event has been removed, and after that just go to properties and change the name, design name, that is txt password, sorry, txt username. And for the second one we have to set txt password. Okay, after that we have to generate the event, that is mouse enter. So mouse enter, here you can see this, double click on this, txt username mouse enter event is generated. And here what we have to do is, when this mouse is clicked on this text box, this username needs to be removed. That means that this text box needs to be empty. So how to do that? For that we have to check that if in this text box only username is written. Okay, so if txt username dot text is equal to username, and what we have to do is txt username dot clear. We have to do this. Okay, so let me just start this one again, and when I click on this, here you can see this, the text is already clear. Okay, so we have one small issue. We have used this wrong event. So mouse enter, when you drag your mouse there, it will clean up, But what I want is when I click on that, so for that mouse click, we have to search for mouse click. You can see this mouse click. Just double click on this and just cut and paste this one here and start this. And you will find that when I click on this, this text box is empty. Then I write something, and when I again click on this, this is still we have text. How this is going on? Because I'm checking that if text box username dot text is equal to username, then only when I click this text box needs to be clear. Let me just write this username, and when I click on this, and when I again click on this, it will empty. So in this way, this is working. In full the same way we have to do for this second text box. So just go to this text box and search for mouse click. So you can see this. The same way we have to do, check that in the second text box we have written password. Text is equal to password, and in this we have to clear the text box. And one more stuff what we want is that when I click on this, it's clear and I can write. When I click on this, it's not clear. Why? Because I have written a strong spelling here. Okay, so it's W-O-R-D. Okay, so when I start on this and when I click on this, here you can see this. But one problem is that when I enter something in password, it's clearly visible. So we have to change this passchar type. So for that, txt password dot passchar is equal, we have to mention this star like this. Okay, now when you start this and when you write something in this, here you can see this, but when you write something in this, it will be in this star format and it will be clear text. Just copy this and paste this. Here you can see this like this. Okay, so I have shown you how this stuff is working. So now I'm going to show you how this button, when I click on this login, how this data is going to validate from the database. Okay, so I'm going to show you that. And before that, I will show you how to code for this YouTube picture box and for Facebook logo and other stuff. Okay, so let me just show you. So when I click on, what I need is when I click on this YouTube, we move to the YouTube. Okay, so for that we have to just double click on this to generate a click event. So picture box 7 click event is generated. It's a picture box 7. That's why. Let me just remove this and change the name of this picture box. So just go to properties and let me just change this name to picture box YouTube. And after that, picture box Facebook. And after that, picture box Insta. Okay, just double click on this picture box YouTube link is generated. In this you have to write system dot diagnostics dot process dot start, and in this you have to just enter your the URL where you want to go. So let me just copy the URL from this complete project. Just double click on this. Let me just copy this. There is a YouTube URL. Here you can see this. This is YouTube URL. Just copy this and paste this here. Okay. So when I click on this, when I will click on this, this will let me move to the YouTube channel. So let me just click on this. I have clicked. Here you can see this. It's processing. So it will take a little bit of time, but my internet connection is a little bit slow. Okay, so my internet connection is actually disconnected, but I'm showing you that this is working. Here you can see this. My browser is opened and let me move to the youtube.com channel. Okay, so I will show this later. So in the same way you have to do for the rest. Just double click on this and you have to do the same stuff. You have to double click on this. The event is generated. just copy the URL. Okay, so let me just copy this from this one. So this is Facebook. Let me just copy Facebook, and this one for Insta. Copy this one. It is for Insta. Just save this. Okay, so now we have done with this. But now what I want is, when I click on this login, we have to validate the data from the database, and after that we move to the new form. So for that we have to just change the name. So let me just change this to btn login, hit enter. Just double click on this to generate a click event. Now button login click event is generated. Here you can see this. After that, what I need is first stuff, that is what we have to create a table into the database. So here you can see this. We have created a table, create table, login table ID, and it's a auto increment primary key. So we have to only insert these two stuff, that is username and pass. So I have inserted it here, insert into login table, username, password. These are the column name. Here you can see this, and the values is btechdays and pass. So one record is inserted into this. So let me just show you quickly. Select star from login table, and when I execute this, we will find that we have only one record here. Username is btechdays and pass. Okay, so I have created this table. You have to just execute this query into your database. Just pause the video, just write this and execute this. Let me just move to the project. Okay, so you can see this. So first what we have to do is we have to make SQL connection first. So SQL, have to write connection. So when you write this, you will find one small pop-up here. Here you can see this. We have to use using system data.sql client. This is the library we have to include to use as SQL database. Okay, so here you can see this. This is included automatically. When I click on that, the color of this text is also changed. After this, we have to create an object for SQL connection, and after this we have to do small stuff, that is connection and new SQL connection. And after this we have to pass a connection string in this. So just write con dot connection string, and after that in this double quotes we have to write data source, that is data source. In this you have to copy this stuff from your actually with Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. You have to just click on this file, connect object, and you will find this stuff. Just copy this, copy it, and just paste this here. And you have to include one more slash here, otherwise it will show error. And after writing this, you have to mention the database name. My database says library. And after that, you have to write integrated security. And make sure the T is capital. Integrated security is equal to true. I am working with library. Let me just show you. Here you can see this. I have selected this library. In the library, we have this table, that is login table. Okay. And after this, what we have to do is we have to make object for SQL command. And in this we have to write the cmd equals new SQL command. And after this cmd dot connection, we have to pass the connection, that is con, the connection object, that is here you can see this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to pass the connection, command text. Command text, what is the command text? Okay, so I want to select all the data which is in the database whose username and password is matched. Here you can see this. So select star from table name is login table, and in this where we have to check the condition where username, this is the column name, username is the column name. Here you can see this username, and my table name is login and T in capital S and table. So let me just write it here. Username equals, and it's a string type, so we have to use like this: first single, and after double fill, then double plus, then double quotes, then single quotes. And within this, we have to write the txt username dot text. What we have to match is username, what user has entered into this first text box. Okay, so I'm going to match that with the database. Okay, so after this, and we have to also match the password, so we have to write and pass, that is column name, and in the same way we have to do single quotes, and within that two double quotes and two plus. Within that plus we have to write this txt password dot text. Okay, and this is the closing quotes. Okay, here you can see this. Now we are done with this. After that, what data has been returned needs to be stored somewhere. So where we have to store it? To the data set. So we are going to store that into the data set. Before that, we have to create an object for SQL data adapter. So DA was new SQL data adapter, and in this we have to pass the command. And after that, we have to create an object for data set. DS equals new data set, and this data set needs to be filled with this DA data adapter. So DA dot fill DS, that is data set. Okay, so now I'm going to just write this, and to add a breakpoint, I've added a breakpoint here to show you that when I enter btech days and when I enter pass, then this data set contains some data or not. Okay, so let me just execute this. Click on this, and when I enter pass, when I click on this, here we move here. This is breakpoint, so if our program execution is paused, and in the data set, when you hover mouse on this TS, and you will find this small as well as when you click on this, here you can see this, we have this data because we have entered valid username and valid password. Let me just enter some wrong username and password. Okay, so let me just enter something wrong. Okay, when I click on this, you will find that the data set we have nothing. Okay, so our code is working fine. Database is fetching data. Okay, so from database the data is being fetched. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to check one condition, that is if ds dot tables, and we have only one table, so that is 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0, then what we want to do is we want to move to new form. And in else condition, if this data set is empty, what it means that we have entered wrong user ID and password. So for that, message box dot show wrong username and or password, and this message box needs to be named with some, that is error, and this contains a button, so message box dot OK or retry. Okay, so let me just enter OK. After that, this message box needs some icon, so message box dot icon dot error. Okay, so now let me start this. And when I enter this wrong username and password, when I enter valid username, that is btech days, and when I enter pass, when I click on this, nothing is happening. It means that this is a valid username and password. So let me just add one new form quickly so that I can show you. So just right click on this, add Windows form. So dashboard, hit enter. So what I need is, when this valid the database, the username and password is valid, we need to move to this dashboard. So how to do that? For that, just we have to create an object for that dashboard. Dashboard ds equals new dashboard, and what I want is ds dot show, and one more stop. First, what we want to hide this form, so this dot hide. So when I click on login and the username and password is valid, then this will, okay, so this is showing error because data set is also ds. So dsa, let me just type dsa. Okay, so now when I save this, now it's perfectly fine. This dot right. When this username and password is valid, then login form will be hidden and this form dashboard will be visible. So let me start this. Let me enter some wrong user ID and password first, and when I click on this wrong user ID and password, so let me just enter btechdays, and when I click on this and just try pass, when I click on this, here you can see this is login form is hidden and this dashboard is visible. Okay, so let me just quickly add one more record into the database, so that you can see this is working or not. Let me just remove this and let me add Rahul, and password is pass. Just execute this. One row is affected, it means the data is inserted. So let me just execute this Rahul and pass. So let me just start this one once again. After that, Rahul, and then this pass. Here you can see this, it's working. Okay, so we missed one small stuff, that is, you can clearly see the difference in this one. So we have a small actually rectangle shaper. This is the rectangle shaper. You can see this, the sky color. So let me just add this one to this one too. Okay, so how to do that? We have to just first stop this. After that, we have to search for rectangular shaper. Just drag and drop it here. Okay, so we have to change the color. So back color to, so we don't need to change the back color, we have to change the fill color to this one. Okay, so it's not working. Actually, we have to change the back color. Okay, so just click on this. So something is wrong with this. What's wrong? Let me just check. Fill color changes to custom, and this one. Actually, we have to change this text color. Here you can see this for color. Just click on this, add, select this. Okay, so it will work now. So we have to change this border color. So just select this one to custom and just click. Here you can see this, and we have to increase its width. So we have to change this to 3. Here you can see this. Now it's nice, and let me just drag this to proper position. Okay, so we have it here. After that, just make it large like this. So now it's looking nice. When I start this, so here you can see this is the border here. So this button is upside, so let me just move this a little bit in. Okay, let me just adjust this. Let me just start once again. So now here you can see this, everything is fine. So that's it for the today's video, guys. Thanks for watching. Just stay tuned for more videos and just subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you can get updated with our new content. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to design this login page and how to backend code for this form. Okay, so let me just move to the dashboard. So my username is btechdays and password is pass. If you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for the previous video and click on login. It will take a little bit of time, and here we have this dashboard. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design this dashboard and how to add these buttons and these images as well. So I'm going to show you this. So let's start with this. Let me just close this, and actually we are working with this one, library video. Here you can see this. So I have already created a form, added a form into this, that is dashboard. Okay, so you can just do like this, just right click on this, click add, and just Windows form. Okay, so when you do that, the new form will be created. Okay, so here you can see this, we have this form. Let me just make it large. Here you can see this. You can see one small stuff is here, that let me just show you that here, this is what, this is a menu strip. So we have to add one menu strip. So let me add, just drag and drop it. Here you can see this. Here we have the menu strip, and here we have few text. Here you can see this. We have to add text here as well. So let me add text. So first is books, and within that there is add new book, and the second one is view book. Okay, so here you can see this. When I click on this, add new book and view book is here. So I have added that. In the student we have to add a student and view student information. So we have to add that too. So here you have to click student, and in this you have to write two stuff, that is add a student, and the second one is view student detail or info. Okay, after that what we have is issue book. After that we have return book. After that we have complete book details, and finally we have exit. Okay, so we have now buttons. Let me just start this. So when I start this, it will open a login form, and when I enter a valid user ID and password, after that it will move to the dashboard. So before going further, I will change the load form. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time. So you can see this, we have this, that is okay. So when I click on this, it will let me move here. You can see this, these stuff are here. Okay, so let me just change one small stuff, that is what, when I click on start, I want to directly load this dashboard in place of that login form. So just go to this program.cs and just change this form 1 to dashboard. Okay, so when you execute this, now directly dashboard will be open. Here you can see this, no login form is there. So when our project will be completed, then we will change this to form 1. Okay, so that's not to worry. Okay, so here we have this, but here you can see one small stuff is that it's a background image. So how to set the background image? Just click on properties, go to image, search for image. Okay, here you can see this background image. Click on this. I will provide you each icon and wallpaper I'm using in this. Just check out my description. There I will put the link for all images I'm going to use into this and all icons I'm using. Okay, so not to worry, just stay tuned and be with us. And if you are not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Okay, so let me add images. Okay, so here I have all image which I am using. So this image I am using. So click on OK and click on OK. Here you can see this, we have it image here. So what I want is not to tile but stretch. Okay, so when I start, you observe that the image is set now, but I need one small stuff, that when it loads it needs to be full screen and it's in the center. So how to do that? For that you have to just go to properties and you have to change the Windows state to normal to change this to maximized, and when you start this you will observe that this will open in full screen. You can see this now, it's nice, looking nice. Okay, so after this what we have to do is we have to actually remove this border. Here you can see this I don't want this. Here you can see this is a complete project. Here you can see this, there is no border frame. Okay, so I'm going to remove that. So how to remove that? Just go to properties and search for frame. Okay, so search for form border styles. So just change this to none. Here you can see this, we have now none, but I'm not going to start this because if I start I can't able to close because I have not coded for this exit as well. So let me just change this to for now to fix 3D, and finally last I'm going to remove this. Okay, so now what I want is I want to set the icon for this. So how to do that? Just click on this and right click and go to properties. In properties you have to set the image. Okay, so search for image. Here you will find this image. Just click on this local resource. It will open your local computer files, and after that you have to select the image whatever you want. I have used these image in this project. I have stored this at a one place so that I can use easily. I will provide you each of this. I have already told you that. So first image what I have used is books, is this one. So I'm going to open it and hit OK. Here you can see this, it's looking quite small. So how to make it large? Just change this image scaling size to fit. Here you can see this, it's size to fit. Just change this to none. Here you can see this, now it's quite large. In the same way you have to do for this add new book. Click on this, add new book. Just go to properties. In properties you have to add image, that is select image. Click on this, local resource import, and in this we have to find the image, that is this one, add new book, open, and you have to change this image scaling to none. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. In the same way you have to do for the second one, that is view book. Just right click, go to properties, select the image. Here you can see this, just click on this, local resource, click on this. Now after that we have view book. So view book images, let me just search. Here you can see this one. Okay, so hit OK. After that change this to none. Okay, so now here you can see this, it's looking nice. In the same way we have to change for this student as well. So for a student you have to just go to properties. Here you can see this, it's already open. So search for image. Here you can see this, just click on this, local resource import, and select the student, where it is, this one. Okay, change this to none, add a student, click on image, local resource import. After that you have to search for this one. After that you have to click on this view, student info. Just right click, go to properties, and in this as usual search for image. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. In the same way we have to change for this issue book. Search image, click on this, local resource, issue book. So we have to use this. Change this image scaling to none, return book, select this image, local resource, and after that we have to use this return book logo, where it is. Let me just find this one. Okay, size to fit, none. Okay, so complete book detail. In complete book detail we have to use the first logo. So let me just show you. So we have to search for image here, local resources. So this is, here we find this complete book, open, this changes image scaling to none, and after that this finally this we have exit. So we have to click on this image, local resource, click on import, and exit logo is where it is. Let me just search for it. Here you can see this. Open, click on OK. Change this one. Okay. So here we have done this task. Let me just show you. Here you can see this. We have all the stuff added here. So now we have to do one more stuff, that is I want to change the color of this menu strip. Here you can see this. You observe that this color is little bit different, and each second button the color is also different. So let me just change the color. So let me just copy the color code. So here back color is wheat. So let me just copy this one and let me just move to here. Here you have to do that. Click on this empty space. Okay. Here you can see this in this corner and right click and go to properties. Here you can see this menu strip one. Make sure you're changing the color for the menu strip one. After that you have to just go to back color. Here it is. You have to just write W capital wheat and hit enter. It will change the color. Here you can see this. The color is changed. And how to change the color of the second button? So you have to just select this CTRL and click on this like this, and you have to go to properties, and then this you have to change the back color as well. Okay, just right click and go to properties, and here let me just copy the color code of this one. So this back color is OLDLACE. Let me just copy this and let me just add this here back color and hit enter. The color will be changed. Here you can see this, the color is different from these two. In the same way, change for the rest of two, back color to, here you can see this, so that look fancy. After that, change the third one too. Okay, so here you can see this. Now let me start this. Okay, so here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. So we left with few stuff, that is I have to code for this exit button. When I click on this, the application needs to be closed, and I have to remove this frame. So I have already shown you how to remove this frame, but I have not shown you how to code for this exit button. So to generate a click event for this exit button, just double click on this to generate a click event. So I have double click on this, and what I want is when I click on this, I want to close the application. So application dot exit will close the application. But what I want is when user click on this, that it should not directly close the application. It should ask the user that you want to exit or not. So for that you have to code like this: if message box dot show, it will show a message, are you sure you want to exit, and the message box name will be confirm. Okay, now after that I want buttons in for this message box. So message box button dot, I want yes or no, and I want few icons, that is message box icon dot warning, because it's a warning. And after that I will check that which button user has entered. So when user enter yes, when user enter on click, when user click on yes, I want to exit the application. So let me just check dialog result dot yes. When this is yes, this code needs to be executed, which is within this if condition. So just cut this and paste it here. Let me start this once again. Here you can see this. When I click on this, are you sure you want to exit? If you click on no, nothing will happen. When you click on yes, this will close the application. Okay, so the task is done. One more stuff is left. What is that? I want to just remove this style. So just remove this. Okay, so you have to change this form border style to none. Okay, so just save this and let me just start this, and you will find that now the application is open in full screen, and you can see here there is no border, and when I click on this it will ask, and when I click yes it will close the application. So that's it for the today's video, guys. Stay tuned and just subscribe to my YouTube channel. In next video I'm going to show you how to design for this add new button. Let me just show you that quickly. So this is a complete project, and let me just start this, and let me just type, and let me just type the password, that is pass, and when I click on this it will load. In next video I'm going to show you how to design this and how to backend code for this one. Okay, so just stay tuned and stay focused for previous videos, and for next videos just go and check the description. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. As you all know that we are working with library management system. In previous video I have shown you how to design this dashboard and how to add these images and how to change the color of these buttons. Here you can see this, and how to add the icons. Here you can see this. Okay, so I have shown you all this stuff in the previous video. You have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There you will find the link for the previous video. Just click on that and watch my previous video. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design this add new form. Here you can see this. When I click on this add new form, this form is open. So in this video I'm going to show you how to design this with this. Okay, so let's start with this. Let me just move to this one, that's a login video. Here we are working with this one. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to add one form. So for that you have to just right click on this library video, and click on this add, and after that you have to just click Windows form. Okay, after that you have to do is when you click on this, pop-up will be there, that is this one, and after that you have to write one small stuff, that is what the name of this form, that is add book. I have written it, you can write as per your requirement. So add book and hit enter. So here the form will be added. So let me just copy the size of this form from this one. Okay, so here we have, now right click on this and just let me just copy the size of this one. Okay, so let me just right click and go to properties, and there you will find the size. Okay, let me search for the size. Here we have 300 by default. Just change this to 700, 467 and hit enter. Here you can see this. After that what we have is, here you can see this, we have one image panel, this one is panel, label, this is a picture box, this is also a picture box, and this is another panel. So how to do that? For that let me just add one picture box and panel first. So picture box, just copy and paste it, and this, just click on this, click choose images, local resources, click on this, and here this image I have used, motivation 1, so just click on this. Okay, stretch image, and after that you have to just fill like this. Okay, here you can see this. After that you have to do one more stuff, that is you have to add one few panel. So let me just drag panel here. So here we have this panel, you have to set it like this. Okay, let me just copy the size of this panel, this one, go to properties, 660, 675 and 77. So just go to properties, just paste it here, hit enter. So let me just decrease its size. Okay, so after that we have to add one more panel here so that we can change the color. Let me set the color for this panel as well. So let me just copy the color code. So here we'll find this back color is wheat. So just copy this one and set here this properties. Let me just select this back color and after that you have to write feet and hit OK. Here you can see this, the color image is changed, the background color is changed. After that we need one more panel. So let me just drag it and drop it here. You can see this, just make it like this. You have to make it large. Just go to properties and select the color from here. This one is the color code 255, 192, 128. So we have to paste the back color here. Okay, so here you can see this, the color has been changed. So after that, let me just copy the size of this panel as well. So here you can see this, it's a location actually. So here is the size 419 and 348. So I have copied the size. This is location. Change this one. Okay, let me just decrease the size of this one. So here we have this. Okay, so now it's looking nice actually. Okay, after that, here you can see this, we have this image and we have this label. Okay, so let me just add one picture box. So search for picture box and drag and drop it here. Just place it here. Just click on this small triangle, select choose images, local resources and import. I will provide you each image I am using. Here you can see this, add book, and click on OK. Just go to description. There I have put the link for the images. Okay, so after that you have to change the size mode to stretch image and just make it stretch like this. Okay, like this. And after that we have one label here. So let me just drag label. So in this label we have to write add book. So just go to properties and search for text, and there you have to write add book. Hit enter, and after that change the font. So go to search for font in the properties and click on this. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time. After that you have to search for Calibri and prefer Calibri. So bold, and I will use 18. Okay, so hit OK, and here you can see this, now it's looking nice. Okay, so what I want is when I click on this button, okay, so when I click on this button, this form needs to be opened. Okay, so first thing what I want is this form needs to be opened in the center. For that we have to just go to properties, and this properties you have to change this Windows start position to center screen, and now when this form load, it will open in the center. So we have to connect this form with this button. So for click button for this one, just double click on this to generate a click event. Just double click on this, generate click event. So click event is generated. After that we have to write one more thing, that is add book. Okay, so add book, that is the form name, and EBS equals new add book. You can write anything as an object name except the keywords. Okay, so EBS dot show. So let me just start this. When I click on this, here you can see this. This is visible and this is looking nice. And we have to add few text boxes, few labels as well here. We have to do that. So let me just do that. Here we have one small problem, that is when I always click on this, new form will be opened and number of form can be opened. Okay, so if you want to prevent this, here you can see this, we have 4 form opened. Here you can see this. So if you want to prevent this in your project, so just go and check out my video, that is how to prevent opening form from multiple times. This video I have already added in my C# tutorial playlist. Just go and check out there. Okay, so let me just add text boxes and label. Here you can see this. In this we have 6 labels and 5 text boxes and 1 date time picker. So how to do that? For that, just go and select label. We need 6 labels actually. So 2, 3. Just copy and paste it to replicate. 4, 5, and 6 label. Now we have this 6 labels. Okay, so we have to change the name as well. So for the first one we have to change the name. What is the name? So we have to change to book name. Let me just cross check. So book name, book author name, book publication, book purchase rate, book price, book quantity. Okay, so just second one, the same way you have to change text, book author name, third one to book publication, fourth one to book purchase date, okay, when I click on this, change this one to book price. After that, change this one to book quantity. Okay, so I have changed the name of these labels, and what I want is I want few text boxes, date time picker, and few buttons. So we have to add text box. For that we have to search text box. Let me just copy and paste. I have dragged one, copy and paste. 3. After that we need one date time picker, so let me just drag date time picker here, and we need text boxes. Okay, so this much is enough. So I want to increase the size of this to this much. After that we need few buttons. Just drag and drop it. I need 2, so just copy and paste it. Okay, so let me just change the name of these buttons as well. So just go to properties and let me change the name. Let me see what is the name. Save and cancel. So let me just change this one to save. And this one to cancel. Okay, so now let me just start this and let me just show you quickly. So you can see this, now it's looking nice, but here we can see this button is not looking nice. So how to make it nice, let me just show you. Just click on properties and go, and you will find one small stuff, that is, here you can see this flat style. Change this one to popped up. Here you can see this, the color has been changed. For the same way you have to do for the second one, and change this to pop up. Okay, so when you start this, here you can see this, when you click on this, it will looks like it's being clicked. Here you can see this, so it's looking nice. but one small stuff is still remaining, that when you enter something it's looking quite small, so make it large. So text entered in this needs to be large, and after that these labels size also needs to be increased. So let me just increase that. Just select this one, select this font, just increase this one to 12. Here you can see this, it's quite large, so let me just change this one to Calibri. Okay, so I have to increase font a little bit more, or bold actually. No, bold doesn't look nice, so we have to change this one to 14. Okay, so we have to do for the rest one too. So for that you have to just select all this stuff and just change this one to Calibri, and that is 14, and hit OK. Here you can see this is now looking nice. So you have to adjust this all to a nice place or a specific place. Here you can see this. What I want is I want to increase the font of these buttons, so select both of this and increase the font as well. So I'm going to make it 9 or 10 or a little bit bold. Okay, so here you can see that it's looking nice. Let me just increase the size of these buttons. And after that, what I want is when I enter something in text, in this text, the size of this also needs to be increased. For that, just select all the stuff. After that, select on this font and increase the size at least to 10 or 11 like this. Okay, and let me just start this. And when you click on this, you can see this. Now whatever I write is quite large and it's looking nice. The same way, when I click on this calendar, here you can see this, it's looking nice. Here you can see this. Okay, so that's it for the today's video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to code for this save and cancel. So for the next video, just click on that I button upside and you will find the next video. And for the previous video, just check out my playlist, or just go to my video description, there you will find the link for the previous video. So thanks for watching, and please subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit the bell icon, and please share with your friends. Thanks. Everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. As you all know that we are working with library management systems, and in previous video I have already shown you how to design the login form, how to design this dashboard, and how to design this add new book form. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this one. Now here you can see this, when I click on this save, when I click on this cancel, nothing is happening. So what I want is when I click on this, the data from these text box and this data in picker needs to be stored into the database. So how to do that? For that, first what we need is we need a table in that we can insert data. Okay, so try to understand with a real-time example. If you want to store water, then first what you need is some container in which you have to put the water. In the same way, we have to create a container, that is table, in that we can insert the data. So let's start with the database first. Okay, so let me just close this. Okay, so here we have this. Now let me move to the database. Here you can see this. I'm using this Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and just pause the video, and first you have to create this one, execute this one into your database. Okay, so this will create a database name with library, and after that you have to create a table, that is create table new book, and this is BID, that is the unique ID, and it's a primary key. This is identity 1,1 is this is written here to auto increment it by 1 always. Okay, so B name is the book name, book author. In the same way, let me just show you. Let me just start this and this one. Okay, let me move here. Let me just show you. Here you can see this. We have book name. Here you can see this one. Book author name. So here we have the second one. Book publication, third one. Book date, purchase date. So this one is fourth one, purchase date. Book price, that is this one. and book quantity. Okay, so we have this. Just pause the video and execute this query into your database. First you have to execute this. This will create your database. After that you have to execute this one. I will put these line of code into the description. You can copy it or just pause and execute this. So I'm just assuming that you have executed this query, and now let me move to the designing part. Okay, so let me move here. First thing what we need to do is we need to change the name of these all text boxes and buttons as well. So let me change the name of these text boxes. Okay, so what we need to do is just right click on this, go to properties. In properties you can change the name. So you have to, here you can see this is the name. Change this one to txt book name. Try to write some name with which you can uniquely identify this text box. Okay, so this one to txt author, this one to txt publication, this one to date time picker. We have only one date time picker, so just leave it as it is. After that, book price, so txt book, we just give this price, and change this one to txt quantity. Hit enter. Okay, so we have changed the name for these all text boxes, and we have to change the name of these two. So let me just change this one to btn save and this one to btn cancel. After that, what we want is when I click on this save button, the data needs to be saved into the database. For that, just double click on this to generate a quick event. Just double click on this. After that, we have to take all the values from these text boxes into variables. So how to do that? For that, first thing is what? Name. So let me just take a variable p name, that is book name, and we have to store data into this book name. From where? From the txt book name, and from this is actually the text box name, not the containing text. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to extract the data from that text box. So txt book name dot text, and when you write this, the data from that text box will be visible into this. So you can also check that like this, int s equals 5. Let me just add a breakpoint here, just to start this. Okay, let me just show you that how the data is. Okay, so let me suppose the book name is Java or core Java. When I click on the save button, here you can see this. When I hover on this b name, here you can see this. It contains Java or core Java. Here you can see this. Java or core Java. It means that the data from the text box is now into this variable, that is b name. And if I remove this text, so let me show you what happened if I remove this text. It doesn't show any error, but okay, so it's showing an error. Let me just start this. Okay, so we have to actually mention this one. Let me just remove this and do same for the rest of the text box and datetime picker. So second one is, let me just check what is the second one. Book author name and book publication. So book author name is equal to txt book author dot text, like this. We have to, so we have something error with this one, so let me just, okay, so now it's fine. So next is string book author, after that publication, so txt publication dot text. So here you can see this, it's showing error that cannot be converted. Here you can see this, it's system dot windows dot form dot text box to string. Here you can see this, we cannot convert this to string, so that's why dot text is used to convert this one to string. Okay, so fourth one is what? Fourth one is date time picker, that is book purchase date. So we have to take this one, date equals date time picker. After that, what we have is price. If you have not watched my previous video, then I will suggest you to first watch my previous video and after that continue with this one. And if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get updated with our new content as well and with new projects. Okay. So price is actually integer type. So we have to take actually what? Int 64. Okay. So int 64 because if the size is much more larger than it can handle. Okay. So after that we cannot directly insert this value from this text box to here because the value from the text box is in string format. So we have to convert this into this integer format. So for that you have to write like this, int64 dot parse, and in this you have to write txt dot price dot text and just close this. In this way you have to write. The same way we have to do for quantity. Qan is equal to int 64 dot parse. In this you have to write txt quantity dot text. Now we have all the values into these variables. So after this, what we want is we want to make a connection with the database. So for that we have to write SQL connection. Here you can see this. A small pop-up is here because we have not included the library. So when I include the library, here you can see this, the color of this line is changed. So you can manually write this or you can do the same way I have done. Here you can see this system.data.sql client. Okay, so after this what we need to do is we need to create a object, that is SQL connection object. So for that con equals new SQL connection. After this we need to pass the connection string dot connection string, and here you have to write the data equals. In this what we have to write is just you need to copy, just go to your database, that is Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, just click on this file and connect Object Explorer, and here you have to copy this stuff and you have to do one minor change, that is, let me just show you. You have to just add one more slash here, otherwise it will show error. Okay, so you can see this. After this you have to write the database name. So my database name is library. So here you can see this. Here I have executed this query, create database library. Okay, so after executing this you have to select library from this one. Here you can see this, I have selected the library. Here library is visible. By default it is selected master, so you need to make sure that you have connected with this library. Okay, so now after this you have to write integrated security equals true. T needs to be in capital letter, and after that you have to close. Okay, so connection string is completed. You have to just write this line, and after that you have to type SQL command. You have to create a SQL command object. So for that you have to write like this, new SQL command, and after this you have to pass the connection string. So connection is equal to connection object actually, and after this what we have to do is we have to actually open the connection because we are going to insert the data. So there is nothing is coming back from the database, so we have to execute actually execute no query. Okay, so let me just show you connection dot open, and this we have to open and close the connection as well, and after that we have to pass the command text. So command text equals, what we need to do is we need to insert the data. So insert into where the table name. So my table name is new book. So here you can see this, make sure the small and capital letters. So N is capital and B is capital as well. So let me just paste it here, and after that you have to mention the column name. Okay, So in the first column we don't want to insert the data because it's a primary key and it's auto incremented, so we don't need to insert data here. Okay, so what we want to do is we have to insert into these columns. So let me just copy this and paste it inside this one. You have to manually write this one, and after that what we need to write is values. So the values are in these variables, so we have to mention the variables. For string we have to write like this. If we have the string, so we have to write like this. Here you can see this. Okay, so first single quotes, then double quotes, then 2 plus, and then again double quotes and single quotes. Within this you have to mention the variable. So first variable is what? B name. When you write, it will automatically pop up. Here you can see this. After that you have to add a comma, and after that you have to add the same stuff like this. Within this 2 plus sign, and within this book author. The same way we have to do for the rest, not for the price and quantity. Okay, so make sure that publication. After that we have the date time picker, that is also in the string format. So date time picker, sorry, so what is the name? Let me just check. Date actually. And after that what we have is, after publication we have date, and finally we have price and quantity. Okay, so for integer type you have to just put double quotes directly, and within that 2 plus sign. You have to just leave the single quotes. Okay, so let me just type price, and the last one is the double quotes. You have to write quantity like this. Just close this, this double quotes, and this one. Here you can see this. Just pause the video and just write this stuff. Don't forget this double quotes at the last after this closing bracket. Okay, so now we have done with this, and after that what we want to do is we have to execute the query. So for that just enter, and you have to write cmd dot execute no query like this. After that this query will be executed. It means that data will be inserted, and after the insertion what we need to do is we need to close the connection. So con dot close and save this. After this data insertion, what we need to do is we need actually confirmation that data is inserted. So how to do that? So message box dot show, and in this you have to write one thing, that is data saved, and the message box name will be success. So you have to write like this, and this is a message box buttons needs to be only one, that is okay. And after that I want message box icon, that will be information, and just close this, and let me just start this and let me show you. So add one thing. So book name will be like something open source, and book author name will be IBM, suppose something, and book publication, okay, publication needs to be XYZ publication, and purchase date will be today date as well, and book price will be 3000 each book, and quantity will be 24. Before saving, let me just execute this query and show you in the database what we have actually. Here you can see this, we have only 3 books right now. Let me just execute the query, save this. So we have some errors. So SQL argument exception occurred in DLL. So keyword not data is supported. Okay. So there is a, okay, sorry. So we have to actually write data source here. So just save this and execute this once again. And PHP, okay, sorry, PHP book author name will be php.pyx like this. XYZ publication. Date will be to the date. Price will be 2500, 2500, and book quantity will be 26. And when I click on the save, data is saved. Click on OK. And when I execute this once again, you will see this PHP is here, php.pyx xyz publication. Now we have the data. Oh, here you can see this. Now save button is working properly, but still we have some issue. What is that? After the completion, what I want to do is I want to clear these text fields. So how to do that? Let me just show you. Let me just close this one. So after that, when user click on OK, we want to clear the text box. Okay. So after, you have to just mention the code after this message box. So what we need to do is just txt book name dot clear. Either you can use this method or you can set text is equal to null. So txt author dot clear, txt publication dot clear, txt price dot clear, txt quantity dot clear. So these stuff is here. Okay, so now let me just show you one more stuff is that when I suppose we have not entered anything into these text box and left few text box empty, and when I click on this, what will happen? This will generate a exception, that is cannot insert the null value. Let me just click on this. Here you can see this, our project is crashed. So we have to take care of this one too. So for that we have to check the condition, that is if text box author or text box book names dot text is not equals what? Null. So this is actually null. So you have to do this for the remaining text box as well, and you have to write here, you have to check for all. So you have to just copy this and you have to write the txt author and paste this one like this. You have to just write txt book name price. You can see this, we have book name, book author, and after this what we have is book publication, and after that we have to check for txt price and quantity, txt quantity. Okay, so you have to add a bracket here. You can see this. In the else condition we can mention fill the text box. Okay, so you have to write message box dot show, and you have to write empty text box cannot, empty text box not allowed, empty field. Let me just write this, not allowed. Okay, so let me just name this message box error, and after that message box button dot OK, and after this message box icon dot error or warning, just let me warning. Okay, so let me just change this one to warning and save this and just try to execute that once again. When you click on this, empty fill not allowed, and our project is still running. So if you fill these stuff and if you still click on this, it will show like this. When you still click, it will still show. So finally when you enter something, this will be completed. So now the stuff till here is done, so we have to go for this cancel. So what I want is, when I click on cancel, I want to close this form. So for that you have to just double click on this, and you have to just write this dot close, and this will close your form. So here we have one more stuff, that is, you have to ask for user that are you sure you want to do, because closing this form will be delete your data. So let me just show you what will happen if I directly use that button. So just click on this. Suppose you have written some data already filled and you click on this by mistake, then these data will be deleted. Okay, so when I click on this, here you can see this is closed, and when I reopen it, these text fields are empty. So the software needs to be asked from the user that are you sure you want to cancel, because this will delete your unsaved data. So just cancel this. Let me add that stuff. So in the same way I have shown you, message box dot show, and here you have to write this, are you sure this will delete your unsaved data. Okay, so this is quite large message, so let me just cut this one and paste it as a name of the text box, sorry, name of the message box. And after that, message box icon button, actually message box button, I need two buttons, that is OK or cancel, and message box icon needs to be warning, and we need to actually check that if user click on OK, then this code needs to be excluded. Here you can see this, I have put this line of code into if condition, so you have to write this equals to dialog result dot OK. When user OK, we need to use this one. Okay, so let me just show you. When I start this, when I click on this, here you can see this will delete your unsaved data. When I cancel, nothing will happen. If I click on OK, this will close this application. Okay, so that's it for the today's video, guys. For the next video, just tap the I button upside, and in the next video I'm going to show you, let me just show what I'm going to show you in the next video. The next video I'm going to show you how to design this new book form. Okay, so how to design this all stuff, how to design these buttons as well. Here you can see this, we have added this book today. So I will show you each of these stuff in the next video. So just stay tuned with us, and please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and also like this video and keep your feedback in the comment section. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to backend code for this add new book. Here you can see this. For this form, how to backend code, how to save this data into the database, and how to create the table, and which type of values it's going to store, and how to code for this save and cancel. Okay, so if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I have put the link for the previous video. So in this video I'm going to show you how to design this form. Okay, so when I click on this, here you can see this, the data is here with the panel, and you can scroll it down, and you can also search with this. Here you can see this. So in this video I'm going to show you, when I click on this refresh, here you can see this scroll bar is removed, and the panel below this is also removed. Here you can see these stuff are also removed. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to design this form. So let's start with that. So before starting, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get updated with our new content. Okay, so in this video we are done till here. You can see this, here you can see this, we are done till here. Okay, So in this video I'm going to show you for this one. Okay, so let me add something. So first thing what we need is we need one form. So let me add new form. So for that just go to library video, right click on this, click on add and Windows form. Just name this form view book and hit add. Now here you can see this new form will be added. Let me just copy the size of the form so that it looks similar. Okay, so let me just right click on this, and here you can see this, the size is here. Just copy this one and just right click and go to properties, and here you can see this, just paste it here. Here you can see this is the form here. So first thing what we need to do is we need to add one panel here. So let me add one panel. I will show you why I'm adding this panel. This way we have to add like this. Okay, and change this panel background color to white. So back color, here you can see this, just click on this custom and white. After that we need a picture box. So for that just select a picture box, drag and drop it here. Why I'm adding a picture box? Here you can see this, we have panel of white color and this one is a picture box, and we have this one a label. Okay, so let me show you how to do that. So first step is that add a panel and make that color white. After that just click on this picture box, choose image, local resources. It will open your local PC directory and there you can select the image. So I have opened it and I have used this GIF. Okay, so let me open this, hit OK and select stretched. Okay, so here you can see this. After this make it large like this, and when you start this and click on this, nothing will happen because we have not added that into this. Okay, so let me add that first. First thing what we need to do is I want that when user click on this view button, so this needs to be loaded to the center. So for that change the start position. Here you can see this in properties of the form, you can change this start position to center screen. After that save this and just go to your dashboard and just click on this, just double click on this view book. So click if it is generated. After that you have to type view book dot db equals view book. So basically we are creating a object, and after that you have to write db dot show and save this and just start this one. When I click on this, here you can see this, now picture is added and it's working fine. So don't you worry about that. The image, each image and icon I'm using in this project, the link in description, you can go and download it from there and start working with this. Okay, let me make it a little bit large, and after that you have to add one label. Let me just drag and drop it, change this name of this to view book. Hit enter, and after that we have to change the font as well as color. So let me just add Calibri to actually 18, Calibri bold and 18 and hit OK. And after that we have to change the color. For color just click on this and select the highlight. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. After that here you can observe one small stuff is that we have one label, text box and button. So we have to add these three stuff. So for that you have to add label. First thing is label, so drag and drop it here. And after that we need to add text box. Just go to toolbox and there you find text box. And after this we need one button as well. So button. drag and drop it here, make it large little bit. Okay, so we need to change the properties for these stuff. So first thing, I'm going to change this label to book name, so we can search with the book name. Okay, book name, hit enter, and make this font little bit large, change the font. So here it's looking nice, and also increase the font of this text box to 10. Change this button. Here you can see this flat style, change this one to pop up, and after that you have to change this text font. So make this one little bit bold and 10 and hit OK, and change this text to, just change this one to refresh. Okay, hit enter. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. Okay, so after that, here you will observe this is a panel. Sorry, this is actually data grid view. So let me add one data grid view here. Just search for data grid view and drag and drop it here. After that, make it large as of form size. Okay, and let me just change the background color of this form. So let me copy the color code from here. Here you can see this color code is nothing but this one. You can manually write it. So search for back color for this one. Select the form, and after that go to properties, and in this properties just change this back color. You can manually write it 255, 192, 128 and hit enter. The color of the background is changed now. And now when you start this, and when you click on this, then you can observe that it's looking nice, and you can enter the text in this as well, and this button is look nice. Okay, so after that what we need to do is we need to add one more stuff. That is, let me just show you. Here you can see this, there is a panel, and in this panel we have these stuff with these buttons. Okay, so and we have to also add this scroll bar. So how to do that? First I'm going to show you how to add the scroll bar. So just go to properties of this form, and after that you have to search for auto scroll. Here you can see this, and you have to make this true. When you make this true, it means that the auto scroll is available. Okay, so after this follow my steps. Don't worry, this will be visible. Okay, so make it large little bit like this. Okay, so not to worry about that, you have to just follow steps what I'm doing, and after that we need to add one panel. So let me just drag and drop one panel here. Change the color of this panel grayish. So let me just go here and change the back color of this panel. Okay, so you can see this, just click on this and let me just select this one. Okay, so it's more dark, so let me just make it a little less dark. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. Okay, so now when I make it small, you can see this, automatically this scroll bar is here. So in the same way I have done, so not to worry about that. Okay, so let me just add stuff here. So what we need to add is we need a few labels. So let me just count how many labels we need. So here we need 6 labels and 5 text box and 1 date time picker and 3 buttons. So let me add these stuff here. So we need labels. Let me just copy and paste to replicate. We need actually 6. So we have to add 6 labels. And after that we need text box, so drag and drop it, copy and paste to replicate. So if you have not watched my previous video, then link in description, you can go and check that out, and please subscribe. And after the search for button, just drag and drop it. We need actually 3 buttons, so we need to add. So here we did one mistake, is we need one date time picker. Let me just remove this one and add date time picker. So date time picker, here we have this one, so we need this one. Okay, so after that let me set text for each of these labels one by one. So what is the text? Let me just check this out. Book name, book author name, book publication, book purchase date, book price, and book quantity. Okay, so let me just add it one by one. So just right click on this and go to properties, and after that search for text, and in this text first thing what we need to add is book name, hit enter. Change the second one to book author name, change this one to book publication, this one to book purchase date, and this one to book price, and change this one to book quantity. Okay, so here we have to move this a little bit, so we have to do stuff like this. Okay, so not to worry about that. So here you can see this, and change these names as well. So change this button to text to what we have the button name. Let me just check this out. Update, delete, and cancel. So just first one to update, delete, and this one to cancel. Okay, so first thing, we need to increase the size of these labels as well, because it's not looking that much nice. So how to do that? So just click on this, go to properties and search for font, and click on this, select 12. Okay, so you can see this, it's looking nice. The same way do for the rest, just select all one by one, and after that click on this font, select 12 and hit OK. Okay, so let me adjust these all at the proper position. You can see this, that's looking nice. So we need to move this little bit right. Okay, so we need to actually increase the font of these text box as well. So select all by pressing the Ctrl key. Make sure you only select these text boxes, not this panel. If you select this panel, the size of this panel will be increased, and that will confuse you. So let me just make this to 10, hit enter, and make this one larger like this, and make this one smaller. Okay, so you can do this one by one, or like I have done it. So one more stuff is still remaining. What is that? That is, we have to actually change few properties of these buttons so that it looks nice. So first thing what we need to do is we need to actually change this one. So flat style, change this one to pop up, for all of these. That is type to pop up. This one too also pop up. Okay, and we need to increase the font as well. So just select on that, select 9 and bold and hit OK. You can see this is looking nice. The same way for this one too. 9 and bold, hit OK. For this one too. 9 bold and OK. Just make it these buttons a little bit larger. Okay, so and after this, doing all this stuff, you need to do one small stuff is that you have to just minimize this little bit like this. You have to make this form a little bit smaller, and after that drag this one a little right. Okay, now I'm going to start this, and when I click on this, here you can see this, it's a scroll bar and everything is working as we have designed. Okay, so when I click on this, here you can see this, it's looking nice, and we can actually fill the data, we can select everything. Okay, so you can see this. Okay, so how that when I click on this data from this data grid view and this is visible, all that stuff I'm going to show you in the next video. So just stay tuned. That's it for this video, guys. So just stay tuned with us, and for more videos just subscribe and check my playlist. Thanks for watching, and just stay tuned for the next video. Thanks. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this form. Here you can see this, how to design this all stuff, how this scroll bars are here. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. I have put the link of my previous video. Just watch that first, and after that you can continue with this one. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to fill data and how these buttons will work. Okay, so without wasting time, let's start with that. Okay, let me just close this first. Okay, so first what we need is, we want that this data needs to be filled with the data which is view book. Okay, so in the database we have this. Let me just execute this one. Okay, so let me just change this one actually, library, and after that let me just execute this, and here you can see this, we have these data into our database. Okay, so database table name is new book. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so first thing what we need is, we want this data to be filled. Let me just change the name of this data grid view first. So okay, let me just leave it. So for that what we need to do is, we need to generate a load event of this form. So for that just double click on this form, and here you can see this view book load event is generated. And here what we need to do is, first we need to actually make a SQL connection. For that, SQL connection, and here you can see this is small pop-up is here. Just click on this. Here you can see this one line is added here. You can manually write it, or you can do the same way I have done. Okay, so you can see this. After that, create an object of that. So con equals new SQL connection, and after this you have to pass a connection string, that is connection string, and this you have to write the data source, and you have to pass the data source from here. Go to your this one, and here you have to just copy this line, server name, just cancel this, and let me just move back here and just paste this, add one more slash here, otherwise it will show error. After that, database name, so I have already told you that my database name is library, and after that type integrated security equals true. Okay, so after this line you have to write one small stuff, that is nothing but SQL command cmd equals new SQL command. After this we have to pass the connection object to this command. Here we go now. Okay, after that we have to pass the command text. So what actually we need from the database is all the records of from this new book. So I'm going to write select star from, my table name is new book, Okay. After this, what we need to do is we need to store this data which is retrieving. We are retrieving the data from the database. We need to store that into something which is nothing but data set. Okay. So for that, we have to first create a SQL data adapter. Okay. And after that, you have to write this DA equals new SQL. You have to write this SQL data adapter. And within this, you have to pass the command that is cmd and just close this. After that, we need to create an object for the data set ds equals new data set, and just fill this data set with like this da, that is SQL data adapter dot fill what ds, like this. Okay, so let me just start this, and when you see here, okay, so nothing is here because now we have the data into this data set, but we have not assigned that data to this data grid view. So how to assign that? For that, you have to just write this data grid view 1. This is the design name of this data grid view. Let me just show you. Here you can see this data grid view 1. So data grid view 1 dot data source equals the object of data set, that is ds dot tables, and in this you have to pass 0 and just save this. And execute, and when I click here, you can see this. Now we have this data here. So now what we want is initially we don't want this form needs to be visible. So for that we have to write one more small stuff. So that's not an issue. At last I'm going to show that. Okay, so let me just close this. Okay, let me just actually hide that stuff. So for that, let me just take the name of that panel. So this is the panel, and this panel name is 2. So panel 2 dot visible equals false. So you can see this. So now when I start this, so you can see this, there is no scroll bar and nothing is down here. Okay, so now what I want is when I click on this row, this form needs to be hidden, sorry, visible. The panel needs to be visible. So let's start with that. So now what we want is we want actually data grid view cell click event. So for that, let me just go to this data grid view, just right click and go to properties, and this search for event cell click event. Here you can see this one is, just double click on this and it will generate a cell click event. In this you have to actually check that which row is being clicked. For that, how to check that? We have to write this if data grid view 1 dot rows, okay, like this. R needs to be in capital letter. After that, we have to write e dot rows row index. This e is nothing but from here you can see this. Okay, so after this we have to write dot cells, and in the cell we need to e dot column index and dot value is not equals null. Okay, so first thing we are checking this, and after this let me take a message box dot show. So actually I want to show which cell is being clicked. So for that I'm going to write this like, okay, so parse, because we are going to take the user, actually let me just show you. So here we have this n number of rows, and I want actually the book ID. So book ID is nothing but in the int format. So for that I'm going to parse this. Okay, int dot parse to, and this you have to write this one like data grid view 1 dot rows e dot row index and dot cells dot rows cells, and in this cell what we need is 0, that is the first one, and the value dot to string like this. Okay, so it's showing a little bit of error. Let me just resolve this quickly. For now, let me remove this parse. We have to do this later. Okay, so not to worry. So here you can see this. Now the error is resolved, and let me just start this. And here you can see this. When I click on this cell, here you can see this is 2. This is nothing but BID. Okay, so let me just click on this. Here you can see this. We have 5. Anywhere you can click, we get this one. Why? Because we have set here that which cell value we need is zeroth column. Okay, so we need this value and we are converting this to string. Here you can see this in this way. So now we need this into a variable. So let me just take a global variable. So int bid, I will show you why I'm taking this. So int bid, now we have this bid. So bid equals, and here we need to do nothing but int dot parse, and in this parse we have to pass this stuff. Let me just copy this and paste this here. Just comment this one. Okay, so I will show you where I'm going to use this bid. Okay, so after this, what I want is when I click on that cell, first thing, now we have this id, book id. After that, what we need to do is the panel down here, this panel needs to be visible. For that we have to write panel 2 dot visible equals true. Okay, so now let me just start this and show you quickly. Here you can see this. Now when I click on this, now panel is visible. Let me just close this and start this. Here you can see this, nothing is here, no scroll bar, nothing. When I click on this, suddenly you can see this scroll bar is here, and now this panel is also. So till here the task is done. After this, what we want is we need to create a database connection. For that I have already shown you how to design this. So let me just copy this stuff and paste it here once again and make a little bit change. So here what I need is select start from new book where BID, this BID is the actually primary key column name. Here you can see this. In this table, BID is nothing but primary key. Here you can see this. When we click on the cell, this value is being extracted. Okay, so let me just show you where BID is equals. So we are concatenating this value. So here we have a local variable and now we have the value into this BID. So let me just add here BID. Okay. So whenever we click on this, the data matching from this BID will be stored into this data set. Let me just show you. Enter equals 5 and let me just add a breakpoint here and let me just start this. I'm going to click on this and here you can see this. Inside this we have only the data for which we have clicked. Okay, so on 5 I have clicked all the data, only of 5 is here. So now we have the data. Now what we have to do is we have to assign these data into these values. For that, first let me just change the name of this text boxes. So we go to properties and in this just change the design name. So let me just change this design name to txtb name and this one to txt author, this one to txt publication, let me just remove this with the text box. Okay, let me just copy one text box from here and paste it me just change this one to txt vdate, like this. And after that, this one to txt price, this one to txt quantity. Now we have changed the name of these text box. Now what we need to do is we need to assign these values. Let me just remove this. Now we have the data into this data set. Now we have to assign the values to that text boxes. So how to do that? For that we have to actually do small stuff, that is txt vname dot text equals from this data set ts dot tables. We have table, and in this table we have rows, and we have from the 0th row, that is, and which column we need to select, the first one, and we want to convert this to string. Okay, so how this is working, let me just explain you quickly. In this data set we have one table, that is 0th table, and in this table we have rows and columns. So this is row, and this is the index of the row, that is 0th row. We have only one row, so here you know that we in this we start with the 0th row and the one column, first column, because if we write here 0, then we will assign the value of this BID, that is the primary key value will be assigned to this text box name. So let me just start this and see this if it's working or not. Okay, so when I click on this, here you can see this book name is Oops Now. When I click on Java, here you can see this change PHP, it's being changed. Okay, so this is 0th column, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, and this is 6. If we write 0, then this 1 will be assigned, this 2 will be assigned when I click on this row. Okay, let me just cut this, and in the same way we have to do for the rest. So let me just copy this stuff and txt book author dot text equals, and just paste this txt, and after this we have publication dot text txt date, purchase date actually, date dot text equals txt. What we have next is price dot text equals txt quantity dot text equals this one. So we have to actually change this small stuff here. Here you can see this. We have 1 1 1 1 in each of this stuff. So we have to change this to this one to 3 because it's third column. This one to 4. This one to 5. This one to 6. Just save this and just start this. And when I click on this, here you can see this data structure JP Syncobar, R&D, Monday. Here you can see this, everything is here, and P price is 5,000, quantity is 45. Here you can see this. When I click on something else, all the data is changed now. So till here, it's start with working. So now what I want is this button needs to be also work. So first thing what I want is I want this cancel needs to be work. So how this will work? So let me just close this. And let me just go and change the name of these buttons as well. So btn4, let me just change this to btn cancel, and change this one to btn delete, and change this one to btn update. Now double click on this to generate a click event. Just double click on this, and what I want is when I click on cancel, the form needs to be hidden, the downward panel. So let me just write this panel 2 dot visible equals false. That's it. You have to do this stuff, nothing more. So here you can see this. When I click on this, data is here. When I click on this, here you can see this. All this stuff has been removed. You can see this. Okay, so it's working now. Now what we need to do is we need to update the query. So okay, so before updation, here you can observe one small stuff, that is we have a text button. Okay, sorry, text box. So let me just change this name text box to txt book name. Okay, hit enter, and what we need to do is we need to actually go to event and we need text change event. So just double click on this and text change event is now generated, and here we have to do small stuff, that is if textbook dot name dot text. First we are going to check that if it's not equal to empty, then we need to execute this query. Okay, and in the else condition, what I want is when this text box is empty, we directly want to assign all the values from the database. Okay, so let me just copy this stuff from here. You can see this. Actually copied this much stuff. You can see this. So just paste this here. So if this is empty, then we want the original value when this form loads, that value. Okay, and if it's not empty, what we have to do is we have to actually make small change here in this query. So select the star from new book where b name. This b name is nothing but the column name of this. Here you can see this. This is the book name, column name. Sorry, in the table. Okay, so you have to write that in the same. You have to make sure that if you have mentioned this and in the capital, then you also write here in capital. Okay, so you can see this. And in this b name, what we have to match is b name, like you have to use this operator. After that, concatenate with this. So plus txt book name, that is the text box name dot text, and just add plus, and after this we have to write this %d. Okay, sorry, it's percent only. Means that you have to actually, after this first letter, anything will be searched. Okay, so like this. Here you can see this. Now it's right, it's not showing any error. Let me just start this and let me just show you quickly. So view book, and here, okay, so it's generated an error exception. Okay, so not the issue. Let me just start this. Okay, so when I write O, here you can see this, only one row is here, and when I clear this, everything is cleared. Okay, so let me just close this. So now it's working. You can see this. Now our text box is also working. So now we have to code for refresh button. Here you can see this. We have one refresh button as well. So you can see this. When I click on what I want is when I click on this refresh button, all the data. Let me just show you. What I want is when I click on this refresh button, this panel needs to be hidden and all the data from this text box needs to be clear. So that is just, you have to code a little smarter way. So just change this name to btn refresh. Hit enter. Double click on this to generate a click event. Here we have this. So first thing what I want is to clear the text box, search box. So dot clear, and what I want is panel2 dot visible equals false. These two small stuff I want. Here you can see this. When I start this, and here you can see this, let me just search something like oops, and when I click on this, here we have this. When I click on this, the data, the form is in now initial position. Here you can see this. So it's working now. So we have to code for actually update and delete as well. So how to do that? So let me just show you. For that, first we need to generate a click event for the update button. Just double click on that to generate a click event. Here we have. So now we have to take out the value from each text box. So the string bname equals the variable name, and text box actually bname. Here you can see this dot text. So this is the txt bname is the text box name of this one. And from this text box, what we need is we need only text. So in the same way, we have to take the value from other text box also. So hook author.txt author.text. After that, we have string publication and txt publication dot text. After that, we have string bdate equals to txt bdate dot text. And after that, we will observe one small stuff, that is book price and book quantity is an integer format. Okay, so for that we have to convert that into int. So int64, let me just take this, price equals int64 dot parse. You have to convert the string into integer. So txt price dot text, like this. And in the same way you have to do for quantity. Quantity dot text. Okay, so now we have this stuff here. After that, we have to make a SQL database connection. For that, I have already shown you how to make this. Just copy this stuff and paste this here. Okay, so here we have to change this query. We need to actually execute what is that is update query. So how to execute that? So update new book, that is table name. So I'm writing this N capital and B capital because my table name is in this format. So you have to make sure that you write in the same character sequence. Okay, so update new book, and what I want to do is set what is that B name equals, and this is a string, so I have to concatenate it like this, and I have B name. This is the variable name. Here you can see this, and this B name is actually the column name in my table, so you have to follow this. Okay, so make sure you write in the same order. And after this, what we have is book author. So B author and within this you have to write B author, and after this you have to write, we have the publication actually. Let me just show you. Because it is B publication, and after that B date, all these stuff are here. So in B publication we have to write like this. Okay, so let me just copy this stuff a little bit, and within this publication we have to write publication, the variable name. Here you can see this. After this we have purchase date, B date, and we have to paste this, and here what we have is P date. And now till this P date is done. So after this P date, what we have is price, quantity. Okay, so price is an integer format, so we have to follow that. So price is actually b price equals, and you have to just put double quotes, not that single one. Here you can see this. In the string we have one single more quotes, but in this integer format we have only double quotes, not the single one. Okay, so within this we have the price, or just say price. This is the actually variable name. So the same we have to do for the quantity. So p QUAN, and within this you have to write this quantity. Okay. So now if you think this query is completed, then you are wrong. Why? Because when you start this and when you click on this, and when you click, if I click on this, all these rows value will be updated with this, because we have not used where clause. Here you can see this. So update new book set. This will set each row with the same value which is in the text box. So how to restrict that? I want only, what I want is, okay, so when I click on this, what I want is, I want to only update this row, not other row. So how to do that? So for that, let me just show you. We have to move little bit upward. That is nothing but here, cell click. Here you can see this. Okay, so we have to move here. So here we have to actually take this int 64 and row ID. I want to take this row ID. Okay, so let me just take this value. Here I have taken a variable row ID, and here let me just type row ID, and in this we have to write int 64 dot parse, and within this we have to actually write this one. Let me just copy this stuff and paste it here, and we have to change this one to 0. Okay, so let me show you what actually is I'm going to do it here. Just start this. When I click on this, here you can see this. Now row ID is 4. Okay, so let me just show you this data set. So just click on this. Here you can see this PID is 4, and this PID is now in this row ID. Okay, so let me just stop this, and let me just, this is a global variable, so I can use this here also. So I'm going to use it here. Okay, so how to use this? Let me just show you quickly. So you have to write here fill PID, that is the ID primary key, is what the PID is stored in row ID. Here you can see. Now when I update that, only that particular row will be affected. So let me just show you. Here you can see this. This PHP is in a small letter, so let me just make this one capital like this. I'm going to click on update and close this and load this once again. Here you can see this PHP in capital letter. So now this is working. So now what I want is, before updation, I want the user confirmation that yes, you want to update or not. So how to do that? For that you have to actually write one more line of code. So how to do that? For that, here you have to write this if condition message box dot show, and in this you have to ask user data will be affected, okay, updated, and ask for user confirm. And this message box name will be success, and message box button dot OK or cancel, and icon message box icon needs to be question like this, and after this equals dialog result dot OK. If this will be clicked OK, here you can see this. So what we have done is we have set a if condition, and when button update will be clicked, this message box will be shown and it will ask that do you want to confirm, and there will be two buttons, that is OK and cancel. If here we are going to check that if button dialog dot result, if that OK will be clicked, then this updation is performed. If cancel is clicked, then nothing will done. So let me start this and show you quickly. So here you can see this. When I click on this, you can see this data will be updated, confirm, so cancel, so nothing will happen. Let me just close this and start this once again. Here you can see this, no data is updated. Okay, so how to update that? Here you can see this book quantity is 2 4, so I'm going to add few zeros. Let me just update this and close this. Here you can see this. Okay, so let me just make it back, so update and cancel, and here you will observe that nothing happened to this data. And when you remove these zeros and update and click OK, now the data will be updated. Here you can see this, now we have 24 now. Okay, so now our task is done here. So now what I want is I want to actually delete via REST. We have to do for this delete button. So how to do that? Just double click on this to generate a click event, and we have to copy this all stuff from here. Just copy this and paste this here. You have to remove this stuff. Okay, and you have to actually remove this query as well. And you have to write one small query that is nothing but delete from new book where PID equals plus plus, and this PID is stored in row ID, that is a global variable I have declared on the cell click event. I am extracting this value and I am using it here. Now here we want this confirmation little bit to change. Data will be, let me just delete it, confirm, confirmation dialog, and I want this to be warning. Okay, so now let me just start this, and here you can see this. When I click on this and when I click delete, data will be deleted, confirm. Here you can see the logo is changed. Here you can see that this is question mark and this is warning. So let me just cancel. I'm canceling it, nothing will be deleted. Here you can see this, we have these 4 records. Let me just add one more record quickly. So book name ASP.NET and book author ASP XYZ, publication XYZ, publication, purchase date needs to be to date, and price will be 855, and book quantity needs to be 152, and just save, data saved, cancel. Okay, so now let me just, here you can see this sec number is added. I want to delete this record. Let me just click on this delete and click on OK and just cut and just open this. Here you can see this, now this record has been deleted. So for the today's video, that's it for the today's video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this student add student. Okay, so let me just show you quickly. So this is actually complete project, and here we have so in the next video I'm going to show you how to design this. Okay, so till then just stay tuned and just subscribe to my YouTube channel, and please hit the like button and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this view books and how to backend code for this one. Okay, so if you have not watched my previous video, you can just go to description and you will find the link for my previous video. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this add student form and how to backend code for these all buttons and how to take data from these all text boxes as well. So let me start with that. Just close this and let me just close it. Okay, so we are working with library video this project. So let me add new form. So first what we need to do is we need to add one form. So let me just right click on this and click on add, and after that Windows form. So this, here you can see this now form is being added, and you have to write the name add student and just hit add, and this will add a new form into your project. And here we have this. Okay, so let me just copy the size of this form from the completed project. Here you can see this. Let me just copy the size of this form. Okay, here you can see this is 704.67, and let me just go to properties of this one and make it a little large. Here you can see there's the size. Just paste it and hit enter. This form shape will be changed. So here you observe one small stuff. This is actually, here we have two panels and one picture box. This is a picture box and this is a panel and this is also a panel. So let me add these stuff in our project. So you can see this. First thing what I need is panel. Let me just drag and drop one panel here like this. Place it on the right position. Make it large like this. Change the background color. Okay, for that just go and select the back color, and in this you have to select like gray. Okay, so after that here you can observe one small stuff. We have picture and as well as something written over it. So let me add that stuff too. So let me just drag one picture box. Here we have now. Let me just select the image. All image I'm using and all icon I'm using in this project, the link of that image is already in the description. You go and check it out and start doing it by yourself. So let me just click on import, and after that it will open the file I have provided. In this you will find this image add a student, and click, sorry, this is not the image actually. Here we have this one. So just open it and click OK, and you have to select this one, stretch image. And after that make this picture box large according to your requirement. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. And after that you have to add one label, and on that label you have to change the text. Actually just right click and go to properties, and in this you will find the text. Here you have to write what, add student, and hit enter. Just change the font of this one. So go to font and click on this. It will take little time. Okay, so bold and something 14. Let me just select this one and put it in this way. Okay, so now it's looking nice. And after that, here you observe one small stuff, that is, this is a picture box. So how to add a picture box, I've already shown you. Let me just drag one picture box more. After that just drag and drop it here and make this one large like this. Okay, after that click on this small stuff, choose image, click on this one and hit OK and hit OK. Just select this stretch image, and after that it will look nice. Okay, so you have to do this stuff, follow step by step, don't skip anything. After that we need one more panel, so let me just drag one panel here like this one and make the size of this. Okay, and we have to change the color of this panel as well. So let me just copy the color code of this one. So this is the color code. Let me just copy. Okay, so just go to properties, search for back color. Here you will find this. You can manually write it. Here you can see this, and hit enter. Here you can see this, the color has been changed. Okay, so now we have this stuff here. So make it large and adjust it corner to corner. Let me just copy the size of this panel as well. So just copy size. Size of this panel is 670, 5 and 77. So let me just paste this one. Because it's a little smaller, so we have to make this like so that it looks standard, and make this large upward and change this color as well. So let me just change this back color. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After that, what we have to do is we have to actually add few labels and text boxes. So let me add labels. Just drag and drop. How many? Let me just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, it's total 6. So I have to add 6 labels. So just copy and paste like this. 4. And now here we go. So let me just change this first one, and what we have to change is we have to write student name. So just go to text. Here you can see this, and you have to write student name. In this label you have to write enrollment number, and in these two what we have to write is department student. Sorry, the spelling mistake here. Okay, so we have to write department, student, semester, student contact, student email. So let me just change all this stuff quickly. So department, student, semester, and in this one we have to write student contact, and for this one we have to write student email. After that we have to increase the font size of these labels as well. So how to do that? Just go to font, click on this and make it 10 or a little bit more larger. So let me just make this 12. Okay, so now it's looking nice. In the same way you have to do for the rest of the labels. So just select one by one by pressing the Ctrl key, and after that you have to just go to font and select 12 and hit OK. You can see this size of all has been increased. Okay, so I will put it into the right position after adding text boxes. So let me just drag and drop the text boxes here, copy and paste to replicate. So now here we have 6 text boxes as well. So let me just put it a little bit right side. And after that, increase its size to this much. And keep equal distance between all these text boxes so that it looks standard. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Just adjust all the stuff. So now what we are missing is nothing but these buttons. So let me add few buttons here. So just search for button, just drag and drop buttons and just copy and paste to replicate. I need actually 3 buttons. Let me change the name of these. So refresh, save info and exit. So go to properties, refresh, save info and change this one to exit. Here you can see this. Now we have these buttons here, but it's not looking nice. So how to make this button look nice? So for that you have to change few stuff, that is flat style. Here you can see this. Go to properties of the button and there you will find this flat style. Just click on this and you will find this pop-up. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. In the same way you have to do for the rest. Just change this flat style to pop up and this one to pop up too. So now it's looking nice. After that we have to actually increase the font of these text written inside these. So for that you have to just go to font and just click on this, make it bold and 10 and it will look nice. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. Okay, so it's actually, you have to make it large. Okay, so here we have now. So now the form is ready and what we want to do is, when I click on this button, here we have this button, add student, this form needs to be open. So let me just code for that. Just double click on this and it will generate a click event for that button. So after that we have to create an object for add student form name, that is add student. Here you can see this, add student is the form name and ast I will take the object name. So add student, after that like this you have to write and ast dot show. Here you can see this. Now just start this. And when I click on this add student and here you will find this is working and everything is now perfect. And enter anything into this. Okay, so let me just start this. Here you can see this one small stuff is that it's not in the center. Okay, so how to do that? For that you have to just do a minor change. Just go to properties of this form and after that change the start position. Here you can see this, you have to just change this to center screen. Let me start this once again and let me show you quickly. So here you can see this. Now it's being started in the center. Okay, here you can see this. Each time I click, it will be in the center and it's looking nice. Okay, so let's start with the coding part of this one. Okay, so first thing what we have is we have to code for this and this as well, and after that finally I will code for this. So what is this exit button? So just double click on this. Okay, let me remove this and first change all the design name of these. Okay, so let me just remove this stuff from here. It will be removed from here too. So first let me change all the design name for these all buttons and text boxes as well. So let's just go to properties and after that you have to search for design name. Here you can see this text box 1. So this is not text box 1, this is actually txt name and this one to txt enrollment and this one is txt department. Try to keep the name in such a way that with the name you can identify text boxes. So you can see this with this txt department, I can identify that from this text box we are going to get the department name. Okay, so in the same way you have to do txt semester and in this txt contact and this one to txt email and change his name too. So let me just change this to ptn refresh and this one to btn save, and this one to bt and exit. So now we are ready with the coding part. So we can actually code for these buttons and now everything. But before that, what we need to do is we need to create a table into our database. So actually, what is it in real life? If we compare with in the real life, then if you want to store something, first you need a container. So before saving the data, we need the table. So let me just go to the here to my database and let me just select this one to library. I'm working with the library. My database name is library. So you have to execute this query. Don't make any changes because I'm going to write code on the same basis. Here you can see this. My table name is new student and my primary key is STUID and it's of int type and its required value. For that I have used increment. It is auto increment and it's a primary key. I have declared it here. So you have to write in the same way, or you can just go to description of this video and you can copy this code. I am going to put these line of code into my description. Okay. So here student name is varchar and 250, enrollment is 250, department is varchar 250, not null, all are not null, contact is big int type because it's an integer type and you can't take actually int because ints cannot handle the 10-digit value. So that's why you have to take this big int. So be careful at this position. Okay, so after that email 250 not null. So you have to execute this query and just pause the video and execute this one. Okay, so let's move further. So after that you have executed that query and after that we have to get started with the code. So first thing what we have to do is we have to close this application when I click on this axis button. So to do that, just double click on this and here we have the click event. So what I want to do is just close that form. So this dot exit. Okay, sorry, this dot close we have to use. So, okay, so let me just start this and show you. So here you can see this. When I click on this, this will close the application. So what I want is before closing, it should ask from the user that if you want to close or not. So for that, if message box dot show and ask user to confirm. This is your message which will be visible. Alert is the message box name. After that, this message box have few buttons, that is OK and cancel. After that, message box icon needs to be warning, and this will let me just check that what user clicked, OK or cancel. So here we have to write dialog result dot OK. When user enter OK, this code needs to be performed. Okay, so here you can see this. Let me just click on start. Here you can see this. When I click on this, alert, confirm, and this is the warning symbol with the OK and cancel button. So if I click on cancel, nothing will happen. If I click on OK, this form will be closed. Okay, so here we have this stuff. So now we have to do for this refresh. So what I want to do is when I click on this refresh, all this text box needs to be empty. So for that, just double click on this. Here you can see this button, refresh, click event is generated, and after that we have to clear the text box. So name, that is txt name dot clear txt. After that, what we have is enrollment dot clear, and after that we have txt department dot clear txt semester dot clear txt mobile or contact. Dot clear. Okay, so let me just start this and show you this if this work or not. Here you can see this. I have written everything, something on all text boxes, and when I click on this, all text boxes are empty. So it's working. So there is another way to do this. Either you can do like this. with the clear method, or you can do like this. You can see this txt email dot text equals that. Either you can do this. Here you can see this. I have commented this, and let me just start this. Here you can see this. I'm going to write here, and when I click on this, it's being cleared. Okay. Actually, we are assigning null to this text box and assigning what text, that is what null. So this will work actually. Okay. So after that, we are left with this save info. So how to do that? Just double click on this, and we generate a click event for this one. And first, what we have to do is we have to extract the value from all text boxes into the variable. So for that, first thing is I have to take a string, and what we have first thing is name. So the text box name is txt name, and from this text box what we need is text. Okay, so we have this second string, so we write enroll and equals txt enrollment dot text. The same way you have to write for this string. We have department equals txt department dot text. After that we have string sem, that is semester, txt semester dot text. And after that we have what? Actually we have mobile number, so we have to be very clear on this, that mobile number is an integer format, so we have to convert that string to integer. Whatever we are going to write into this text box is already in the string format, so we have to convert, and I'm going to show you how to do that. For that, first we need to take a integer type variable as well. So I'm going to take this mobile, and after that you have to write like this int64 dot parse. Parse is a method, utility method. With that you can convert a string to a variable. Okay, so in this you have to write this txt contact dot text, and when you write this, this will convert your string type value into the integer type. Okay, so finally we have email and equals txt email dot text. Here we have, now we have all the values here in these variables, and now what we have to do is we have to make the SQL connection. So SQL connection, you can see this, it's not showing because we have not imported the library. You have to import this one using system data.sql client. When I click on this, here you can see this, it's being added into my library, that is using system.data.sql client. After that, we have to create this SQL connection object. So on equals new SQL connection. And after that, you have to write this con.connection string equals this. You have to write the data source equals, and whatever you have to write here, you have to just copy from your Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. You have to just go to this connection object, just copy this stuff, this one, server name, just ctrl-c, and just come back to your project and paste this and add one more / here, otherwise it will show error. So now we have this stuff here. After that, you have to write the database name. So my database name is library, as you already know that. And if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get updated. Okay, so database name is library, and after that you have to write integrated security equals true. So you have to write this stuff, and this will perfectly work. After this, what we have to do is we have to create a SQL command. Here we have this, and we have to write this command object. We have to create this SQL command. So I've created the command object, and after that we have to pass the connection string. We have to pass connection to this command. Okay, so cmd dot connection equals con. We have to pass the object of this. Here you can see this. I'm passing it here over here. And in the previous video, I have shown you that we are going to use the data adapter. That's why, sorry, data set. That's why we are going to directly execute the query. But here we have to manually open the connection, and after that we have to perform the operation. So because we are going to execute non-query, execute non-query, so that's why we have to write this con.open. This will open the connection. After that we have to pass the command cmd.x command text, and in this what we have to do is we want to insert the data. So what is the table name of my data is new student. Let me just copy this, make sure N is in the capital and S is also in the capital, so don't change that. So insert into table name. Here we have, after that you have to type each column name. So you can see this, my column name. I'm going to leave this one because it's a primary key and it's auto incremented. Whenever a new record will be inserted, this will be get updated, so we don't need to insert this. So we are going to copy the code from here. S name enrollment, so I have already written it here. You have to just write this stuff. Let me just copy this and paste it here. Okay, after that we just close this, and what we have to insert, we have to write the values here. So how this will work, so for the string we have to write in this format, just double, double and single, and we have to add 2 plus sign here and 1 comma here. Let me just copy this stuff, and I will just, this will make my coding a little bit faster. So after that, you first think what we have is name, and after that we have to paste it, and we have to actually type enrollment, and again third, follow the same sequence. First in the table we have name, enrollment, department, then semester, and contact and email. So first I'm going to insert name. Here you can see this. After that enrollment, and after that what we have to insert is department, and after department what we have is semester, and after semester what we have is contact. So don't paste this once again. In semester, in contact, you have to do just double quotes, and within that double quotes just 2 plus, there is no single quotes for integer type, make sure. And our name is mobile for that variable. After that we have to paste it once more and just remove the comma from the last, and after that I am going to write an email. Just close this, double quotes, and just semicolon like this, and this will execute perfectly. So after this, writing this, you have to write just one step, that is cmd.execute non-query like this, and just close this and here. And after this we have to close the connection as well. So just write like this. Here you can see this, all error has been resolved and this will working perfectly. So after this what we have to do is we have to show the user that data is inserted, successful data insertion is successful. So for that I need a message box. So message box dot show data saved. Okay, and what is this? Success message box name, and my message box button needs to be OK only, and icon needs to be information. Okay, just close this and just save this. Start this, and it will go fine. We have now working. So let me just show you what actually we have in this table till now. Here you can see this, we have 3 records for now. Let me just insert one more record. Okay, so here student name is like what we need to check. Enrollment number will be PU-10022, like this one. Department civil. Student semester is second. Student contact 6655, like this. this one. Email is j@gmail.com. And when I save info, data saved, and click on this OK, and when I execute this once again, then you will find J with the PU. Here you can see this. You can actually match this data here. So whatever I have written, you can match it. Okay, so this one, J, PU 10022, civil, 2, second semester, contact number is this, j@gmail.com. So one small stuff is still remaining, and what is that? When I try to enter something empty text box, let me just keep this empty and click on this. This will generate a runtime exception. So why this is? Because we cannot assign a null value to a variable. So that's why it's showing an error, or we cannot actually insert this null value into the database. So for that we have to check that each text box contains some data or not. So how to do that? For that you have to just go to this bt and save, click event, and you have to write if txt name dot text is not equals, this is the null symbol, and like this one. So you have to do this stuff. Let me just copy this much. After that we have to write txt department, or actually it's department, paste this, txt department, txt semester. We have to check for each of the text box, txt mobile, it's contact actually. So in the same way, and finally we have txt email. So in the else condition we need to write one more stuff, that is message box dot show, and I want to write please fill empty fields. And I want to suggest to user, and I want this message button needs to be okay only. And after that icon needs to be information. Okay, just close this and save this and just start this. You can see this when I click on this, and when I try to insert, please fill empty text boxes. So either you fill one, it will still show that. If you still show that, it will still show that. There you can see this. Finally, when I fill this one, this will save the data. So that's it for the today's video, guys. In the next video, I am going to show you this one. So how to design this form. You can see this. Okay, sorry, it's an incomplete project. We are working on this. That's why it's nothing is popped up. So let me just move back to this complete project quickly and let me show you. All this stuff I have already shown you. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go and refer to my previous video. So just log in, and here you can see this. Next video I'm going to show you how this will design, how to design this all this stuff, and how to edit and do everything in this. Here you can see this. The data I have added is JPU10022. Here you can see this. Here you can see this. When I write something, it will keep searching like this, and when I clear this, it's like that. Okay, so that's it, guys. So just stay tuned, and please subscribe to my YouTube channel if you have not subscribed, and hit the bell icon. Thanks. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I am going to show you how to design this view student info form. Here you can see this. When I click on this, a new panel is visible, and it's filled with the data already. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this. In the previous video, I've already shown you how to design this student form and how to backend code for this. Okay, so if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description and watch my previous video. After that, you can continue with this. Okay, so let me close this one and let's start designing this form. So I'm going back to this library video. As you all know, we are working with this. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add new form. So for that, just go to Solution Explorer and in there on project name, right click and select add, and after that Windows form. In this you have to name this form. I am naming it view student information and hit enter. A new form will be added. Here you can see this, a new form is added. So now what I want is I want to make the project similar. So for that I'm going to just copy the size of this form from this one. This is completed project, and after that you can see this. Just go to properties of this form, right click and go to properties, and here you can see this. I'm using 986 and 500. Just go to this project and just right click and go to properties. Let me just make this large little bit, and after that search for size. Here you can see this and just paste it, or you can manually write it here. So let me just make it, don't increase the width, just increase the length of this form. Okay, so that the designing can be can be done. So first thing what I need to do is, here you can observe that the background of this is orange. So let me just copy the background color. So you can see this back color, the color code is this. You can just pause the video and write this, or follow like I did. So just move back to here. After that just go to properties, and after that search for back color and just mention the color code. Here you can see this. I mentioned the color code, and when you hit enter, the color of the background has been changed. After that I need a panel. Okay, so let me just drag and drop the panel here. You can see this, and I want this panel to be of white color, so let me just change this background to white. Okay, here you can see this. Let me just copy the size of this panel. So go and size of this panel, let me just 953 and 131. Let me just copy this. Let's go to the properties of this panel, and after that size. Here you can see this. Okay, so now it's looking nice. And after that, here you can observe one small stuff. We have a picture box and we have two labels, not one, we have two. I will tell you why we have these two labels. So let me add one picture box. Just go to toolbox and search for picture box. Drag and drop this picture box here like this. Okay, so I have already provided the link of each and every image or icon I'm using in this project. Just go to description, you can download it from there. Okay, so after that I need label, so just drag and drop. I need two labels, just copy and paste. So we just change this first one text to add, and second one to student, and hit enter. Let me just select both at one time. After that increase the font of these labels and change the color. You can see this, and let me just make it a little bit bold or decrease its size. Okay, here you can see this. Now change the color to little blue. So sky blue or something. Let me just select this one. Okay, so you can see this. Now put it like this. I will show you why I am doing this. And let me set image to this. Just click on choose image, local resources. It will open your local directory of your computer, and after that just move to the directory where you have put your image. So let me just select, so which image actually I want to select is this one, search. Let me just open this and hit open. Just make this stretch image. Here you can see this. That's looking nice. In this way you have to do. Okay, so you have to make one small change to this form. So that is auto scroll. You have to find this. Here you can see this and make this true. I will tell you why I have did this. Just save this. Let me add all the required stuff into this project, and after that I will explain it. So here you can see this. We have one label, one text box, and one button. So let me add these stuff. So label, just drag and drop it. One text box, just drag and drop it. And after that I need one button. Just drag and drop it. Change this one to, just go to properties, and there you can change this enrollment number. After that, make this text box large and change this button name to refresh and hit enter. Change the properties of these button. So you have to make a small change, that is flat style, and you have to select the pop-up. Here you can see this, the color has been changed, and as well you have to make the font of this little bit large and bold as well. So 10 and bold. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. The same way you have to change the size of this text box. So just click on this and make this bold and 10. Okay, so whatever is written inside this text box is now of size 10, and it's obviously bold. So you have to increase the size of this label because it's not looking nice. Just increase it to 12, and now it's looking nice. Here you can see this. After this, what we need to add is we need to add a data grid view. Okay, and a panel. Here you can see that this is a panel. So one data grid view and one panel. Just go to toolbox and search for data grid view. Just drag and drop it here like this and just make it large. Let me just copy the size of this data grid view from this one. Just go to properties. Here you can see this, the sizes, and just go to properties of this data grid view, and I will find the size. Okay, let me just search for size. Here you can see this is size, and just paste, or you can manually write and hit enter. Here you can see this, it's auto stretched. So now it's looking nice. And after that, you have observed we have a panel. So let me add one panel. Panel. Just drag and drop it here. Here you can see this. It's automatically a scroll bar is here. So that's why I have enabled form auto scroll. Here you can see this. If I disable this, these scroll bar will be removed. So let me just turn this. Here you can see this. All the stuff has been removed. And when we make true, here you can see this. Okay. So I hope you understand why I have enabled this auto scroll. And after that, let me just make this form a little bit large so that we can add the panel. Let me just copy the size of this panel from here. Just click on this and go to properties size. Here you can see this. Just copy and just go to this properties and change the panel. It's a location actually. So here you can see the sizes. Just hit enter. Okay. So here we have the panel now. So now we have to change the color of this panel. So let me just copy the color code. So here you can see this 192, 255, 255. Just copy this. You can manually write this. Just click on this, go to properties, back color, search for back color. Here you can see this. Manually write this one 192. Here you can see this, the color has been changed. So till now all the task has been done. So now what we have to do is we have to add few stuff, that is 3. Here you can see this 6 labels, 6 text box and 3 buttons. So let me just add these one by one. So you have to drag label first, just drag and drop it here. we need three labels on the left. So I'm going to add three labels. So here you can see this 2 and 3. After that, we need three text boxes. So text box, just copy and paste to replicate. So here you can see this. After this, we need few labels more. So here we have to put this, copy and paste to replicate. And after that, we need text box. So just copy this and paste. Okay. And after that, we need few buttons. So let me just copy the button. We need three buttons. So copy, paste, paste. So here we have three buttons. So now we are going to change the name of these labels one by one. So let me just check out what is the name. Student name, enrollment number, and department. So this one is student name. This one too. Actually, enrollment number. This one too. Department. And after that, what we have is student. It's actually a spelling mistake. So fix this first. Student semester, student contact, student email. So let me just change this. Student semester. This one too. Contact. And this one too. Student email. Okay, so we have to increase the size of these labels as well. So just select these labels and just increase the size. So how to increase the size? Just go to font and just make this 12 and hit OK. You see this. After this, you have to move these text boxes on the right place. Here you can see this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change the text size of these text box as well. So just click on the text box and go to properties, and after that you have to change the font. So I'm going to make this 10. The same way you have to do for the rest. Just do it one by one. So now we are done with this. After that, what we have to do is we have to make this text box large, like this, and we have to put it a little bit right side so that it looks nice, like this. And make these text boxes large too. And after that, we have to change the name of these buttons. So let me just see, update, delete, and cancel. So just change this, go to properties, update, change this one to delete, and change this one to cancel. Okay, so you can see this, these buttons are not looking that much nice. So what we have to do is we have to increase the font of these buttons. So how to do that? Just go to font and just click on this and make this bold and 12. Okay, so no, it's not looking nice. So let me just change this one to 10 actually, and hit OK here because this now it's looking nice. In the same way, let me just make this a little bit large buttons. Okay, and change these to, just make this 10 and bold. The same way you have to do for the cancel button as well. Just 10 and bold, and make this a little bit large. Okay, you can see this. Now it's looking nice, but it's still not adapting the background color. So how to do that? For that you have to just go to this flat style and just click on this pop-up. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. In the same way you have to do for the rest. So now our the designing part is done here. So you can see this. This is scroll bar is here. So what we have to do is we have to make this small. Okay, so when form loads, the size of form will be like of this size, and we have a scroll bar so that we can actually access the form down here. So here you can see this, but when I start this project, and when I click on this, nothing is happening. Why? This is because we have not added that form into this button. So let me just add that quickly. So just go to form. So where is the form? This is the dashboard. Here we have, and we have this view student info. Just double click on this and a click event will be generated. Here you can see this, and after that you have to write the form name, that is view student information bsi equals new view student information. In this way you have to do, and bsi dot show. So here what we have done is we have created an object, and after that okay, so here we have created object of this form. So VSI, you can write anything here, it will work. And after creating object, what we have called, we have actually called a method show. So on that object, so that that form will be visible. So let me just start this. And when I click on this, here you can see this, we have the form now. So here you can see that this is a scroll bar, and here you can observe. But one small step, actually one small problem is here, that when I click on this, this is not in the center. So you know how to do that. In previous video I've already shown you, so I'm going to show that once quickly. So we have to change this start position of this form. So here you can see this, just go to properties of the form and change this start position to center screen. When you start this, and when you click on this, here you can see this, it's in the center now. Every time you click, this will be in the center. So here you can see this, when I write something, it's in the bold, and size is greater. Okay, so here you can see this. So let me just show one thing quickly, that this is a complete project, and let me just start this and just write username and password. And when I click on this, here you can see this, when I write something, the image changed, and when I empty this text box, previous image is restored. So here you can see this, view-1002. Here you can see this searching. So it searched for this student. So I'm going to show you how to do this, how to actually change this image when this text field have some text, or when you remove that image is restored to the previous one. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So just go back to your project, and after that what we have to do is we have to go for this text box text change. So first let me just change the name of this text box. So what we have to do is we have to change the design name. So let me just change this one to search txt search enrollment. So I have changed the design name of this, and after that just go to event, and then we can see this text change. Just double click on this, and what we have to do is we have to check that if txt search enrollment dot text is not equal to null. If it's not equal to null, then what we have to do is we have to set the image that searching, and if it's in else condition, what we have to do is we have to set image the previous image. Okay, so how to do that? First thing, so we have to write the code image and create an object, sorry, a variable, image variable, that is image itself, and equals image dot from file, and you have to copy the image file where you have stored this. So let me just open that quickly. So in this PC, sorry, desktop, it's upload, and in this, sorry, let me just find this. Just go to the folder where you have stored the image which I have provided. Just click on here and just copy this and just move back to your project, and after that you have to just paste it here. You can see this, I have pasted it here, and after this you have to write the name, file name. So actually you have to change one small stuff, that is nothing but, let me just do that quickly. So here you can see this in this folder I'm using this, so it's a GIF, so search.gif, and it's search1.gif. so what I want to do is I want to set search1.gif when the text is not empty, text field is not empty. So we have this URL in this variable, so now we have to set this to picture box. So our picture box name is nothing but picture box 1. So let me just show you the name of this picture box. So picture box 1 is the name. Just go to here and you can see this, I have written picture box 1 dot image. We have to set the image and equals the variable name, that is image. So don't get confused, this is a small I, not capital I. Make sure don't do stupid mistakes. Just start this. Okay, so we have some error. So why this is showing an error? Because we have used this slash. You have to change this slash with this slash. Just reverse this like this and your problem will be resolved. Okay, so just to start this, you can see this, all problem has been resolved. And when I click on this, here you can see this, when I write something, searching. But here you can see this, searching add student. So what we have to do is, we have to remove this add. Okay. So actually we have did a small mistake. So we have to change the label name as well. So it's not add, we have to actually change this name to view. So let me just change this to view. Okay, so here you can see this, when I start this project, when I click on this, here you can see this, when I write something, now image has been changed, but here you can see this searching view student, it's not looking nice. What I want to do is, when I write something into this, I want this view to be hidden and only we have to visible searching student. So how to do that? For that we have to just see the name of this label. So this label is actually label 1. So what we have to do is we have to hide this label. So label 1 dot visible, we have to do like this, visible equals false. So let me just start this and put these stuff a little bit more on the right side. Sorry, by mistake I have created a click event for these labels, so let me just remove that. Okay, so you can see this now, those stuff has been removed. So what we have to do is, let me just start this quickly and show you. You can see this, when I click on this, when I write something, Here you can see this searching student. Now it's looking nice. What I want to do is, when I remove every stuff from this text box, the previous image needs to be restored, and the view also needs to be restored. So, but here you can see this, nothing is happening. So how to do that? Just close this. Just go back to this code. Just copy this stuff and paste this stuff here, and just make this true. And you have to just delete this one from here because this image name is search.gif. So here you can see this. Now when you start this and when you click on this, here you can see this. When I write something, searching student, when I delete, here you can see this, it's restored to the back position. So that's it for the today's video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this form and how to implement that. So just stay tuned and just hit subscribe, like and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this form. Here you can see this. If you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description and check out the video, or you can just click on the suggestion. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design, how to backend code for this one, how these buttons will work, and how to actually fill the data with this into this data grid view. Here you can see this, the task till here has already been done in the previous video, so you have to just go and watch that. So now I'm going to start with this. So first thing what I want is, I want to load this data into this form in this data grid view, and I want to hide this panel. So how to do that? For that, let me just close this one first. Now after that, what I want to do is, we have to just create a form load event. So how to create a form load event? Just double click on this form. I have double clicked. Here you can see this. View student information load event is generated, and here you have to write one small stuff, that is, let me just check the panel. First thing what we have to do is, we have to hide this panel. So how to hide this panel? So just go to here and just check the design name. Here you can see this panel 2. So I have to hide the panel 2. Panel 2 dot visible equals, you have to just set false and just save it. And now start this, and you will find that that panel is invisible now. Okay, it's taking a little bit of time. Here you can see this. Now here you can see, observe that the scroll bar is missing as well as the panel is also missing. So this works fine. So now what we have to do is, we have to add the data into that data grid view. So how to do that? For that, first we have to create a SQL connection object. So how to do that? For that, you have to just write SQL, and after that you will find a small pop-up here. You could see this, and just click on this SQL data. Okay, sorry, it's not like that. SQL connection. After writing this, you have to do that. So you can see this using system.sql.client. When you click on that, here you can observe this, the library is imported. Without this you cannot use the SQL. Okay, so after that we have to create a connection object. So SQL, new SQL connection. After the creation object, what we have to do is, we have to pass a connection string. So just write like this, and after that we have to write data source, and in this data source we have to pass the data from your Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. When you open this, you have to just go to File, Connection Object Explorer, and you will find this server name. You have to just copy this. For each system, this is different. So just copy this from your system, not just copy the my system server name. Okay. So you have to just paste it here, and you have to add one more / here. And after that, you have to mention the database name, database. So my database name is library. So I'm going to write library. And after that, what we have to do is, we have to write integrated security is equals true. Okay. And after this, what we have to do is, we have to create a SQL command. So I'm going to create a SQL command object, that is CMD, new SQL command. And after this, we have to pass a connection string to this command. Okay, so connection string object is con, just pass it over here. And after that, what we want to do is we want to actually fetch the data and show that data into this view, data grid view. So how to do that? For that, we have to pass a command string. Okay, command text actually. So command text equals, and what query we need to do is we have to search all the student details. So select star from new student. Table name, my table name is new student. I have previously shown you and I have created that table. If you have not watched my previous video, then just go and watch. So you can see this. When this code will be executed, all the data from this new student table will be stored somewhere. Where we have to store, we have to create a data set for that. So that we have to first write this SQL data adapter, and after that we have to write d equals new SQL data adapter, and in this we have to pass the command, and after this we have to make object of data set, and like this, and in this we have to fill this data set with the value which is in the data adapter. So how to do that? So that da dot fill, which value we have to fill is data set. So now when this form loads, the data will be filled, and the data will be stored into this data set. And what we have to now do is we have to show that data into data grid view. So let me just see the name of this data grid view. So just go to properties, and here you will find the name of this is data grid view 1, where you can see this name. So just we have to write one small line of code, that is data grid view dot data source equals ds dot tables, and we have to write 0 because we have only one table in that. Just to start this, and when I see this, when I click on this, the data is here now. Okay, so now what we have to do is I want that when I write something inside this, only that data needs to be filtered from these records. Here you can see this when I type RAHUL. So sorry, this is actually the enrollment number field, so I can't filter with that. I have to filter with this 100. When I write this, only this record needs to be visible, except and remaining all needs to be invisible. So how to do that? For that, let me just go back, and we have to write here. If text box is not empty, we are not going to change any code for this. Just write beside this. Okay, so let's start with that. So first, again, we have to create the database connection. For that, let me just copy this code till here. Okay. Just copy this code and you have to paste it over here. And we have to make one small change, that is nothing but in this command text query. So how to do that? So for that, we have to actually like this, select a star from new student where enrollment number. Here you can see this. We are going to filter the records with enrollment number. In this, user is going to enter enrollment number. So where enroll, and actually this enroll is the table. In the table, it's a column name. Here you can see this. Let me just show you. We are going to deal with the student. Okay, so let me just show you. Select star from student. Let's execute this, and here you can see this. Enroll is the column name. You have to write that. So I have written it here. And after that, where enroll, and I'm going to use this like. And after that, what we have to do is we have to put the single double quotes and then again like this. Within this, what we have to mention is text from that text box. So in previous video, I have shown you that text box name is txt search enrollment. I have changed that name, and from that text box what we need is text. So here we go. And after this, what we have to do is anything after that will be searched. So for that, I'm going to use this %sign, and on the basis of this, the data will be filtered into and stored into this data set. So after that changing, what we want to do is the data needs to be changed immediately. So how to do that? For that, just copy this and paste it over here and just save this and execute this. Just click on this. Here you can see this when I write pu-1. Okay, so some error has occurred and an exception handled. Okay, so let me just check this out. Select start from new student, where enrollment like. Okay, so let me just start this once again and let me see. Okay, actually we did a small mistake here. You can see this. We have to put this single quotes after this percentage. Okay, so that's it. Now I'm going to start this and check that if it's still work or not. So when I write P, yeah, it's working. PU-100, and when I enter 2, here you can see this, we have 2 records with 2, and when I enter 1 more 2, here you can see this, only 1 record is here. Okay, so I'm going to write like this. Here you can see this, when I remove the text from this, all the records are visible here. Okay, so let me just close this. Okay, so now what I want to do is, here you can see this one small stuff is still remaining. So that is, what is that? When I write PU-1002, and if I select all and delete, here you can see this. Now all the remaining records are still not visible. What I want is, when I delete all the record from this, all the data from this text box, I want this table needs to be filled with the previous data. So how to do that? For that, we have to just copy a few more lines of code and just paste it over here. Here you can see this. In this else condition, you have to paste this one. Okay, so not a big deal. You have to just do this. Just copy this stuff and paste it over here, and just save this and execute this. When you click on this, here you can see this. I'm going to write PU-1001 and select all and delete. Here you can see this. Now all the records are visible. Now everything is working fine. So now what we have to do the next is, when I click on this record, the text fields below here needs to be filled with these data. Here you can see this. So how to do that? For that, we have to first create a cell click event. Okay, so let me just create a cell click event. Just go over here, just click on this data grid view, go over here, cell click event. Here you can see this. This is cell click event. Just double click on this and it will generate a data grid view 1 cell click event. Within this, first what we have to do is we have to extract which row is being clicked. So how to do that? For that, you have to write data grid view if condition data grid view dot rows, and in this we have to write e. This is the object we are going to use. Here you can see this, e dot row index. What we want is row index, and after that cells, and e dot column index dot value is not equal null. Then this code will be executed. Okay, so after this, here we need a variable to store that value. So I'm going to take 2 variables. I will explain why we are going to take these 2 variables. So int64 equals row id. I have previously used this row id in view books actually. So if you have watching my previous video already, so you know what exactly I'm going to do here. So I'm going to put the value which the cell row value into this PID. So how to do that? For that, first, because when I click, that value is in the string format, so I want to convert that into an integer format. So how to do that? For that, int dot parse, and after that we have to pass data grid with one dot. You can see this. We have to just write this one, not to worry about that. Just copy this stuff and paste over here, and I want to convert this value to string, and this will be passed to BID. Let me just add one value here, a equals 5. And after that, let me add a breakpoint and just start this. So you can see this. This is the actually 4. SID is 4. When I click on this, okay. So input string was not in correct format. Okay, so we have some error. E row index dot cell. Actually, we have to mention here 0 because we have to extract the value from the 0th column. That is the first one. Okay, so let me show you in the database. Here you can see this. This is the first column, and I'm going to fetch each data with the help of this SID. Okay, so that's why I have mentioned here 0. So let me just start this once again. Just click on this. Here you can see this. When I click on this, the 5 will be in row ID. So here you can see this BID. You can see this 5 is here. I'm going to continue this, and I'm going to click one more time on 4. You can see this. We have 4 now. So it's working. Okay. So now one more stuff. Let me just remove this quickly. And after that, after we have the value, what I want to do is I want to show the panel below the grid data grid view. So for that, panel 2 dot visible equals true. So let me just start this and see if it's still working or not. So you can see this. When I click on this, now the panel is visible. So what I want is when I click on this panel needs to be visible, and all the data from this row is visible into this text field. So how to do that? Just let's do that. Okay. So after this, we have to create a database connection. So how to do that? For that, just copy this code over here and paste it over here. And after that, we have to actually change this query. So select star from new student on the basis of PID. So we have the value over here. So we have to write where stu id equals, it's an integer format. So for that, just use double quotes. And in this, you have to write this PID. As you can see this. So only for that row, all the data will be fetched and stored into this data set. So now we have the value. So if you are worried about what is this STUID, so this is nothing but column name. Here you can see this STUID. If in your database this column name is different, then you can just write that name. Okay, not to worry about that. So now we have the data into this data field. So what we have to now do is we have to actually put the value from that data set into these text field. So before inserting the data into this text field, what we have to do is we have to actually change the name of these text fields. So let me just click on this and go to properties, and in this you will find a name, and we have to change name here. So txt name, and change this one to txt enrollment, this one to txt department, this one to txt semester, this one to txt contact, and this one to txt email. I'm going to change the name of these buttons as well. So btn update, btn delete, and this one to btn cancel. Okay, actually the name spelling mistake I have done here. So it's CL. Just save this. So now all the name has been changed. So move back to the coding part, and after that here what we have to do is we have to fill one by one value into that text field. So before that what we have to do is we have to actually put this row ID over here. So what is this row ID? How to put this? So row ID equals in 64 dot parse, and in this just write ts data set, and from this table 0, and from this table what we have to fetch is rows 0, and column is also 0 dot toString. In this way we have to do. So now we have this row value, row ID value here. I will show you later where I'm going to use this. This is going to actually work when you are going to update or delete any record. So this will use it further. Just remember this, we have assigned row ID over here. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually set this text name. So txt as name, here you can see this one. This is the text box whose name is txt as name, and we have to set the text. Here you can see this. And in this, how to set the text? So ts dot tables, and in this we have to write 0 dot rows. We have to mention 0, and column is 1 dot toString. This way we can set the value. So let me just execute this, and you will see that name is set when I click on that particular row. So just go over here, and you can see this when I click on this. Now here you can see Rahul is here. When I click on Jay is here. When I click on this, Pooja. The same way we have to do for the rest. Okay, if you are curious to know how the data is stored into this data set, let me just show you that. So just start this. I have added a breakpoint over here, and I'm going to click on this, and when I click on this, here you can see this data set. You have to just hover mouse over ds, and you have to just click on this magnifies glass, and when I click on this, here you can see this. The data is in this format table, and it's in the column format. So you can see this in this row ID. What I have set is 0 and 0. This is the 0th row and 0th column. So that's why 5 will be set into this row ID. When what here we have done is 0 and 1. So this is 0th row and 1th column. This is Pooja is set into this text field. So I hope you know how this stuff is working. So for the next, if I want to set the enrollment number, I have to set 0 and 2. 0th row, 0, 1 and 2, second column. So let's move further with that. So just close this. And after that, what we have to do is we have to set this txt enrollment dot text equals ds dot tables 0 dot rows, and we have to set 0, and we have to set 1 dot toString. After that, what we have to do is we have to set for txt department dot text equals ds dot tables and this you have to write dot rows 0, and this one is 2. Actually I have done a mistake over here, so we have to set this 2, and we have to set this one 3 dot toString. After this we have to set for txt department actually. So txt department dot text equals ds dot tables dot rows 0, and the column will be 4 dot toString. Okay, so I've already set the department. It's actually semester. So just change this one to semester. And after this semester, what we have is txt contact dot text equals ds dot tables dot rows. This we have to mention 0 and 5 dot to string, and the last one is txt email dot text equals ds dot tables. This we have to mention 0 dot rows 0, and this one is 6. Now our task is done over here. Just save this, and when you execute this, you will find that when I click on this, you can see all the records is filled. Here you can see this. When I click on this chair, here you can see this chair, EU10022 civil second. You can see this, and contact number is also same. Here you can see this. All the records are filled properly. So now I'm going to, what we have to do is we have remaining with the only 3 stuff, that is update, delete, and cancel. So I'm going to show you how to update this. When I click on this update, how this is going to work. So let me just close this. Just to move over here. Now to generate a click event for this update, just double click on this to generate a click event. Just double click on this. Here you can see this button, update click event is here. So now first thing what I want is I want the text from I want the data from those text fields into a variable. So I'm going to create a variable. So string sname equals txt sname dot text. From that text box I need the text. After that I have this enrollment number, so that's also the string type. So not to worry, I'm going to take a string variable. So txt enrollment dot text string. After that we have department, so txt department dot text. After this we have semester, so txt semester dot text. And after that what we have is contact number. So in the database, contact number is in this big N form, so we have to convert that into an integer format. So how to do that? For that we have to write as int64 contact equals int64 dot parse, and in this you have to pass txt contact dot text. Now this will be converted to the integer 64 format, and after that finally we have email. Txt email dot text. So now we have the data into the variable. So after that what we have to do is we have to actually create a SQL database connection. So how to do that? For that you have to just copy this code. And paste it over here. And you have to you have to change this query. Okay. So what we have to write is update table name, that is new student, set as name. Here you can see this. We have this S name, ENROLL, department, semester, contact, and email. So we have to set for one by one. Make sure you properly write this column name. Don't make any mistake in this. Okay, so let's just move over here. And after that, what we have to do is we have actually this S name in the string format. So for that, just double quotes like this. Let me just move this aside, and then this double plus, and we have to write S name, this variable. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have actually enrollment number. So enroll and equals comma double quotes, and this one like this. So let me just copy this stuff over here so that our task can be done quickly. Let me just copy this. And after enrollment, what we have is After enrollment, we have department, DEP equals, then this we have to write DEP, that's department. After DEP, department, what we have is semester. So we have to write for semester. So semester equals like this. And in this, what we have to do is SAM. After semester, what we have is contact and email. So contact. In this, we have to write contact, the variable name. Here you can see that this is contact. And now finally, we have email. Okay, so let me check what is the name. Here you can see this variable name is S email, so I have to mention over here S email. And after this, let me just remove this. And what we have to check is where stu id equals this double quotes. It's an integer. We are going to check this with the help of row id. Here you can see this. Here we have this row id. I have already told you that I'm going to extract this data from over here. And after this, only that record, if we are not going to include, if we don't include this where, this much of a statement, then what we are going to do is when I click on update button, all the records will be updated. Okay, so now just start this and let's try to update. Just click on this and here you can see this. You can see this, it's in of the Puja is in actually second semester, so let me just try to update this to 6. When I click on this, okay, so we have some error, incorrect syntax near equals. Okay, so we have done here with this, we have small mistake, double equals is over here. So just start this once again and try to update that. When I click on this, this is third, let me just actually put this sixth actually, and click on update and just close this form and load this once again. Here you can see this, now it's in the 6th. So it's not look that much nice. What I want to do is when I click on update, then it should ask that are you sure you want to update. So how to do that? For that we have to write one small stuff that is nothing but, let me just close this. Here you can see this, just mark over here if message box dot show data will be updated, confirm, and this message box name will be success. And after that I want buttons in this message box button dot OK and cancel, and this message box icon needs to be okay information. Actually this is a or question type, so I'm going to write this question. And after this, what I want to check is that if user cancel, OK or cancel. So when user click on OK, this needs to be executed. So just equals dialog result dot OK. So this is actually going to check, and you have to put one more in the last. Here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. If we just start this, and here you can see this. When I click on this and when I click on update, here you can see this data will be updated, confirm. If you click on cancel, nothing will be happen. If you click on OK, the data will be updated. Okay, so let me just close this. Okay, so now we are done with this update button. So small stuff is still left. What I want is when I click on this update, I want this form need to be reload instantly. So how to do that? For that you have to write one more line over here. And what is that? You have to write form name first of all, that is view student information underscore load, that is load event, and in this we have to pass two variable this dot, sorry, this and null. And now just save it and just execute it. You can see this. When I click on this, you can see this. It's reloaded and the panel is visible by itself. So now it's working nice. The same way we have to do for the delete. So we have to generate a click event for this delete. Okay. So the same task we have to do for this refresh button. When I click on this, form needs to be reloaded. So just double click on this button, one click event is generated because we have not changed the name of this button. So let me just change the name quickly. So first remove this event. So you can see the event is removed. Just go to properties and we have to change this to btn refresh and just double click on this button, refresh click event generated, and we have to just copy this line of code and paste it over here. Save this, and when you start this, you can see this. When I click on this and when I click on refresh, everything is invisible now. Okay, so now we are going to code for this delete button. So what we have to do is we have to just double click on this delete, generate a click event, and what we have to do is we have to just copy this. Actually you have to just copy this all stuff over here and paste it over here, this much of code, and we are going to change few stuff, that is data will be deleted, not updated, like this. Confirm, just make changes quickly. Okay, so here we have to actually remove this query. And after that what we have to put is delete from new student and where STUID equals nothing but that row ID. So this is STUID is column name. I have already told you. Here you can see this, and only matching record will be deleted. Okay, so here you can see this. Everything is working fine. Let me just start this, and here you can see this. When I click on this, when I click on this, when I click on delete, data will be deleted. I want this to be warning. Just change this question mark to warning. Okay, so just change this one to icon to be warning, like this. Just save this and start this. When I click on this, you can see this. It's warning symbol. Data will be deleted. So let me just add one data quickly, and I will show you how to delete that, like this. Enrollment number U-5000, department CSE, semester 5th, contact number 111, email ID sdf@gmail.com. Save info, data saved. Just refresh and exit this. Okay, so I'm going to here. You can see this. The record is inserted, and I want to delete this record. It will be deleted. If I cancel, nothing has happened. And when I click on this and when I click on OK, you can see this data is removed and the form is reloaded. So you can see this. Now delete is also working. So what we have to do is we have left with the one click actually cancel event. So let me just move back to this, and we have to code for this button. So just double click on this to generate a click event. Here you can see this click event is generated, and what we have to do is we have to write few more line of code. So that is first this dot close. This will close that form, and what we have to do is, let me just start this, and when I click on this and I cancel, the form is instantly closed. So what I want is, it should ask the user that if you want to cancel or not, if you want to close or not. So how to do that? So for that we have to just write in the previous way. So message box dot show and unsaved data will be lost, and this message box name needs to be are you sure, and the message box button needs to be OK and cancel as well, and message box icon, okay, message box icon dot warning. After that we have to check that which button user click. So I want to check this for the OK button. So dialog result dot OK. When user click on OK, then only this code needs to be executed. Okay, just save this and start this. Okay, here you can see this. When I click on this, cancel, unsaved data will be lost. When I click on cancel, the form is still open, and when I click on OK, this form is closed. Okay, so that's it for the today's video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this issue book. Let me just show you that quickly. Let me just move this one over here. This is actually a complete project. I've already shown you how to design these all stuff. In next video I'm going to show you how to design this stuff. Here you can see this. When I maximize this, all these text fields are large and this move to this right side, and when I minimize it, all needs to be on the previous side. So how to design this I'm going to show you. Just stay tuned and subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit the bell icon, and just stay tuned, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. Today I'm going to show you how to design this issue book form. Here you can see this. We have this stuff. We have these text box. Here you can see this. We have this combo box. Here you can see all the books which are available are here. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to design this, and here you can see this. When I maximize it, all the text boxes sizes change. So I'm going to show you how to do this. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this view student information and how to backend code for this. If you have not watched my previous video, then just go and watch my previous video. Okay, so let's start with this. First let me close this. Okay, so as you know that we are working with library video, so I'm going to work on that. Here you can see that. Let me start this and show you that. Here you can see this. We are done till here. Here you can see this, and when I click on issue book, nothing happened because we haven't code for this. So today I'm going to start with that. So first thing what I need is, as usual, we need one form. So for that, just right click on your project and just click on add, and after that click on Windows form. Here you can see this. After this, what we have to name is issue books, because this is an issue book form, so I'm going to keep the names similar with their feature so that we can easily identify them. Okay, so here let me just copy the size of this form from this one so that it looks similar. Okay, so I have copied this. Here you can see this 723 and 551. So let me just right click and go to properties, and here you can see this, just right here and hit enter. Here you can see this. Now the form size has been changed. So you need to observe one small stuff is that here you can see this. We have three panels here. These are the panels of different colors, and the background color is orange. So let me just copy the background color first. So just click on the background, and after that, here you can see this. This is a color code. you can manually write it or you can select from this. Okay, so just right click on go to properties and search for back color. Here you can see this, just write it and hit enter. Either you can do like this, just click on this small stuff web, and here you can search for wheat. Okay, so it's kind of wheat is a little light, you can select other color. Okay, so either you can just write this code 255 192 128. So I have used that. So after that I need one panel. So for that, let me just search for panel in the toolbox, drag and drop panel, and just put it over here, and you have to maximize it like this, and just change its background color to white. Here you can see this, just click on this and click on white. Here you can see this. After this, you can observe one small stuff is that we have a picture box. Okay, so I have to add one picture box, and before that let me just copy the size of this panel. So just go, and here you can see the sizes 683 and 125. Just copy this and paste it over here. Okay, so now size is nice, and after that we need one picture box. So for that I will search for one picture box and drag and drop one picture box over here, and let me set picture into this. So here you can see this, I have used one GIF like this, so I will add that GIF. So just click on this small triangle here, choose images, it will open your system directory. Just explore where you have put the image, where you have stored your image. If you have not downloaded my content image and icons which I am going to use in this project, just go to description and click over there. I have provided link for that. Okay, just click on this, and after that which image I have used is this one, issue book. So just open it and click on OK, and here you can see this size mode. So you have to select stretch image. Here you can see this. In this way you have to make this large so that it look nice. Okay, so make it large up and down. It will not move out of your panel, don't you worry about that. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After that what we have is we have one small stuff, that is issue book. This is a label, so let me add one label. Just drag and drop it over here and change this to issue book. Change the text, it's issue books, and just change its font size. Okay, so let me make it a little bit large. And after that search for font. Here you can see this, just click on this. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time. Okay, so we are here, bold, and select 14. Yeah, 14, that's nice. And after that change its color so that it look nice. For color, let me select blue highlight. Okay, so that's nice. So I have selected the color highlight. Okay, so you have to select this, and after that now task till here is done. After that we have to add one more panel over here. Here you can see this, we have this panel. So let me add one more panel. So search for panel, just drag and drop it over here, and we have to place it like this and make it large. Okay, so actually let me copy the size of this panel so that you get aware of that, which size I am using. 259 368. So just copy this and paste it over here. Just right click and go to properties, and there you will find the size. Here you can see this size, just paste it. Here you can see this, it's looking nice. You need to move this little bit upside. Okay, so now it's good. In this, let me change the background first. So how to do that? For that you have to just go to and search for back color, click on this, and we have a little bit like this. Okay, so now it's looking nice, it's silver color. Okay, so after that what we have is we have one picture box, label, text box, 3 buttons. Okay, so I'm going to add one picture box, one label, 3 buttons, and one text box. So let me do that. So first thing, what is picture box I have to add? So just drag and drop it over here. Here you can see this. After that, just click on this small triangle, choose image, click on import. And after that, which picture is used is this one. So click on OK, OK, and select this stretch image. After that, what you have to do is we have to make it large so that it look nice. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice. After that, below this, what we have is one label and one text box. So let me add that. One label, just drag and drop it over here. Change this name to, just go to properties and search for text, and here you have to set enter enrollment number. Hit enter and change the font size so that it look nice. So let me just change this one to 14. Okay, so it's quite large, so let me decrease the size of this one to 12. Okay, so it okay. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After that, what we need is one text box. So let me search for text box and drag and drop text box over here, and just go to properties, and we need to increase the font size of this one too so that it look nice. So let me just add 12, and let me just make this one large. So 12 is quite large, so let me just decrease this one to 10. Okay, so now it's looking nice. And after this, what we need is, let me just check this out, one button, and actually three buttons: search, student, refresh, and exit. Okay, so just go to toolbox, search for button, just drag and drop button here and change this name to search student. Hit enter, just make this one large. Now after that, we need to change the font size, so just go to font size, just click on this and click on bold 10. Okay, so now it's looking nice. And after that, you can see this, it's not adapting the background color, so that's why it's not looking nice. So you have to just change one property, that is flat style. Just go to properties of this button, and after that you have to select this flat style, and here you have to select pop-up. When you click on this, here you can see this, it's adapting the background color. In the same way, we have to take two more buttons, that is refresh and exit. Just copy and paste to replicate. Here you can see this, just right click on this, go to properties and change this button to refresh, and this one to exit. And in the same way, we have to change the flat style pop-up for the both of the buttons, and change the font as well. So just change the font to 10. Okay, so 10 and bold as well for the both of the buttons, bold and 10. Okay, so now it's looking nice. So let me just make this a little bit large like this. Okay, so now it's looking nice. So our task till here is done. So we are left with this stuff. So I have to add this one more panel. So let me just add one more panel here. So in the toolbox, search for panel. Just drag and drop panel over here and just make it large. Either you can do like this, or I can just go and search for an easy way. Just go to properties, just copy the size, just right click, go to properties, and this we have to search for size. Just hit enter. Okay, sorry, I have changed the location, so don't make that mistake. So just go to size and paste it and hit enter. Just move back this one to a proper position. And after that, what we have to do is we have to change the background color. So let me just copy the color code of this one. Just go to properties and search for back color. Here you can see this color code is 192 comma 255, comma 255. Either you can copy paste or you can manually write it over here. Just go to properties and search for back color, paste it over here and hit enter. Now background color is changed. So here we have some stuff, that is labels. Let me just count: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So 7 labels and 7 labels and 5 text box. This is a combo box, and this one is date time picker, and one button. So let me add these quickly, and we have one label here also. So let me just add these stuff. So label, let me just add this one, change this name to student name, hit enter, and after that just drag one more label, change this one to department, drag one more, change this one to student semester, drag one more, student contact, okay. So let me just drag one more. Just go to properties and search for text, and this one to student contact, hit enter, and after that drag one more, and this one student email, and finally we left with one more, book name, hit enter, and this one too, book issue date. Okay, so I need one more label. Here you can see this, and below over here we have maximum 3 books can be issued to one student. This is also a label, so let me add these one label more. Okay, so change this text to maximum 3 books can be issued to one student, hit enter, and we put it like over here, and change the font size of this one. So just go to font and click on this, bold and 10. Okay, so now it's looking nice, and change the color. So for color we have to make this one to red. Okay, so put these stuff on the proper position and change the font as well. So how to do that? For that, let me just do the stuff like this. Okay, now it's looking nice. So we need to add text boxes as well. So just search for text boxes in toolbox and drag and drop it over here, and just copy and paste to replicate. We need 5, so 3, 4 and 5. So, and I need one combo box, so just drag and drop it for one combo box, and after that we need one date time picker. Okay, so we need date time picker, so just drag and drop it over here like this, and these are not on the proper position, so we have to move these stuff into the proper position with upside like this. Okay, so we have to change the size of these all text boxes, or select by pressing the Ctrl key, and after that you have to just increase the size of these like this. Let me just decrease the size of this little bit, so now it's looking nice. So let me just move these stuff a little bit right side. Okay, so after that we have to change the size of these text boxes, sorry, labels. So after that you have to just click on this. Okay, so no, actually it's regular and its size is 9. No, let me just increase a little bit more, so 10. Okay, so each text box size needs to be of 10. So let me just do that by selecting all the stuff. So I have selected all these, and after that just click on this and select 10 and hit OK, and the size of these all are changed now. So let me just move these stuff to a little bit in the center. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After this, what I need to do is I want to one button. So let me just add one button. Just drag and drop it over here. And after this, let me just change the name of this one, text. Let me change the text. So text is issue book. Hit enter. Change the font and flat style. Here you can see this flat style. Just change this one to pop up and font to 10 and bold. Hit OK and just make this one a little bit large. And this way you can do this stuff. Okay, let me just make it a little bit large and change the font of these stuff. So let me just change the font size to 10 and hit OK. Okay, so now it's looking nice, and just increase it the size of this one like this. Okay, so here we are done, but we have not connected this with our dashboard. So let me just start this, and you will find one small issue. You can see this, when I click on this, nothing happened because we haven't linked that form with this one. So let me just link that quickly. So just select dashboard, just double click on this, and just double click on this issue book to generate a click event. And after that, what we have to do is we have to generate a object of that form. So issue book ID equals new issue book. After that, what we have to do is ib dot show. Okay, and what we have to do is we have to actually change the start position of this one. So start position, change this one to center screen, so that when I click on that, it open in the center of the screen. So let me just start this, and when I click on this, here you can see this, it's in the center, but we have small stuff still remaining, that when I click on this, here you can see this, nothing is changed, all the panels remain same. So I want this panel needs to be filled till here, as I have shown you previously. So how to do that? For that, just close this one and let me just show you. Just click on this and go upside, and here you will find one stuff that is anchor. So here you can see this is anchor. You need to just click on this, and you have to select one more stuff, that is like this one and this one. When you click on this, it will, when you maximize the form, it scattered, it will make itself large enough to fill the all remaining space. So just save this. Okay, and start this. When I click on this, when I maximize it, here you can see this panel is now filled with till end, but these are not enlarged. So I have to do the same for these text boxes as well, and for these panels as well. So let me just close this. After that, just select this panel and select the anchor property, and after that just select the right one, because we have to make this large till the right side. Okay, so that's it. And for this one, just click on the anchor as well, and I want this to be filled down. So now let me just start this, and when you issue book and when you maximize it, here you can see this, now this is filled till here. Now it's looking nice. And when you minimize it, it's in the back on the right position and in the right shape. And what I need to do is I need to change this text field. So let me just do that. For that, just select all the text boxes at once, and after that change the anchor and select these all. Just save this and start this once again, and just click on this and maximize it. Here you can see this, now it's looking nice and all the text boxes are now enlarged. So now what I want is these buttons and these labels needs to be right here. So how to do that? For that, just close this and just select these two stuff and change the anchor property to from this top left to top right. Just to remove one anchor property, just click on that. It will turn into white. It means it has been removed. So top right. Why I'm selecting this top right? So that because this side is top right. If I select the uh, right down, then it will be in the right side corner. So let me just start this. And when you click on this and when you maximize it here, you can see this, now it's here. So let me just change this property to top right. Okay, so let me just change the property to bottom. Okay, so bottom right. When I start this, you will find that when I click on this and maximize it, it's on the bottom side. So that's why if you need this is top here, so you can select the bottom right anchor, and if you select that right top, then it will be on the right top. So let me just remove that and move this back to its original position. So just save and start and click on this. So now it's working fine. So that's it for the today's videos, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this form. So just stay tuned, and if you are not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon and just share it with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. As you all know that we are working with library management system, and in previous video I have already shown you how to design this issue books form. Here you can see this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I have put the link for the previous video, or you can just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so today I'm going to show you how to backend code for this form. Here you can see this. When I click on this, nothing happens. Okay, so you can see this, and here nothing is in this drop down. So let's start with that. So let me just close this one first. So first thing what we need is, when I click on uh, this drop down needs to be loaded with the data, that is the book's name. So let me show you in the complete project. So let me start this one. Okay, so let me start this. Here you can see this. When I click on this, here you can see this, all the book name are available here. These are from the database. So how to add these values from database to this combo box, I am going to show you right now. Okay, so let me just close this and let me move to this library video. So before starting, what we have to do is we have to change the name of these text boxes and columns. So let's start with that. Okay, just right click and go to properties, and after that you have to change this one to txt name. Change this one to txt department. This one to txt semester. This one to txt contact. This one to txt email. This one to txt book, or you can set combo box. Okay, just right click and go to properties in the same way, combo box 1. So let me just change this one to combo box books, and let me just change this to deep time picker. That's it. Okay, so we have to also change the button name of this one to btn. btn issue book, hit enter, and this one to txt enrollment number, txt enrollment. Okay, and change this button also, btn search. After that, this one to btn refresh, this one to btn exit, hit enter. Okay, so now I'm going to add a book name into this combo box. So how to do that? So what I actually need is, when this form loads, the data needs to be present in that drop down. So where we have to code is on the form load event. So how to generate a form load event, you already know that, and previous video I've already shown you. Just double click on this form and it will generate a form load event. So I'm going to just double click on this. Here you can see this issue book load event is generated. So first thing what we have to do is we have to make the connection with the database. So how to do that? For that, first thing we need to make SQL connection. Okay, so show error because we haven't imported the library. So in this same way you can import the library, or you can manually write this using system.data.sql client. When I click on this, here you can see this library is imported. Okay, so here you can observe one small change is that the color of this has been changed. After that, what we have to write is con equals new SQL connection, and con.connection is string. In this you have to pass the data source, and data source is nothing but you have to just go to your MySQL servers management studio. After that, connect object, and you have to just copy this stuff, this server name. Each system had different server name, so just copy from your system and you have to paste it over here, and you have to mark one more slash over here. And after this you have to mention the database name. So as you all know that my database name is library, so I'm going to mention that. And after that, finally you have to write integrated security equals true. Now the connection is established. After that, what we have to do is we have to mention SQL command cmd equals new SQL command. Okay, after that we have to pass the connection string to this connection object to this SQL command. Okay, so connection equals con, and con dot, I'm going to open the connection. So I have opened the connection. Here you can see this. After this, what we have to do is we have to execute one query that is nothing but cmd equals new SQL command. That is what you have to execute this. What we have to select is just the name of that books. So select b name. This is the column name from new book. This is the table name actually. Okay, and you have to pass the connection with the net so that it will execute. So I'm going to show you from where I have written this. So let me just move back here. Here you can see this. We have created actually a table. So the table name is new book. Here you can see this. So this is basically the book, the table name. Here you can see this new book, and this is the column name. Let me just show you. Here you can see this B, and it's a capital N. That's why I have mentioned in that way. So you have to mention in the same way which I have mentioned. Okay, so let me just move forward with that. Okay, so after this, what we have to write is we have to make a object of this SQL data reader, actually data reader, and str equals, and in this we have to pass this execute reader like this. Now we have the data. So what we have to do is now we have to insert that data one by one into that column. So how to do that? For that, we have to take a loop, that is while loop. Okay, while str dot read. So this loop will work till this SDR. From this SDR we read something. It means that if we have 10 columns, 10 rows, then till 10 it will execute. After 10 it will read nothing from this SDR. This is the SQL data reader. So after this loop will stop executing. So in this we have to execute this for int I equals 0, and it will execute till SDR dot field count. Okay, so it will execute from 0 to SDR field count. Suppose in this SDR we have 10 rows, so it will execute till 10. Okay, so it's start from 0, so it will execute from 0 to 9. Total the value will be 10. So after this, what we have to write is I++. We will increment the value. Okay, so we have to remove this one because it will not work here. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Okay, so in this, now what we have to do is we have to fill the data in the each iteration. So for that, combo box dot books dot items, we are going to add items dot add, and what from where we have to add is from SDR dot get string. We are going to get this string actually, so you have to write like this, and which string we are going to get is I. The I is the index value, and now after this we have to do small stuff, that is we have to close this SDR dot close, and in the same way we have to close the connection. So con dot close. So let me just execute this and let me see that if that combo box is filled with the data or not. Okay, so let me just click on this, and here you can observe that the data is filled in this combo box. Okay, so let me just check quickly by adding one more book. So let me just add one more book, that is something digital. Okay, electronics, author name ABC, publication ABC at the rate XYCYZ, something like this, purchase date, book prices 5,000, and quantity is 5, and just save. Now book is saved. So I have put the book name, that is electronic, so I have just click on that, and here you can observe that electronic is added. Okay, so let me just remove this quickly. Okay, so I'm going to remove this, just delete this. Okay, so now let me just show you. When I deleted, the data is removed from this combo box. Okay, so now it's working fine. So now what we have to do is, now the data is filled in the data box. Okay, sorry, combo box. So after this, what we have to do is we have to search the actually search student from this enrollment number. Here you can see this. When I type PU0-1001, when I click on this, what I need is, when this enrollment number is valid, the data of that student needs to be filled into these text boxes. So how to do that? For that we are going to code on this search button click event. Okay, so let me just generate the click event for that. So here you can see this is the issue book. So let me close this stuff. Okay, issue book is here. So we have to just generate a click event for this search button. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event. So first thing what we have to check is that if that text box is empty, then nothing should happen. So txt enrollment number, that is enrollment dot text, is not equals to null. So first thing we are going to check this, that if it's null, then nothing should happen. Okay, so otherwise it will generate an exception. Okay, so first thing what we need is string eid, that is the id from where we need this id. This id needs to be from this txt enrollment dot text. Okay, After this, we have to create a SQL connection in the same way I have previously shown you. So let me just copy this stuff till here actually. Okay, just copy this and you have to paste it over here. And after this, what we have to do is we have to write cmd dot command text, and in this you have to write select star from new student. I have written this new student in this format because my table name is in that format. So here you can see this new student, N is in capital and S is also in the capital. So make sure you don't make mistake in these small stuff. Okay, so select the star from new student, and after this where we are going to check the enrollment number of that student. So where enroll equals plus EID, we are going to check that. Okay, so I have put this extra quotes because, okay, sorry, here I have written wrong EID. That's why it's showing error. It will be resolved. Okay, so I have put this extra colon here because it says it's in the string format in the database, txt enrollment number. That's why. Okay, so after this we have to store the data which we are retrieving from the database into data set. So how to do that? For that we have to write SQL data adapter. So DA equals new SQL data adapter, and in this we have to pass the command. After this we have to make an object of data set. Data set ds equals new data set, and now we have to fill this data set. Da dot fill ds. Now it's nice. Okay, so now we have the data into this data set. After this, what we are left with, we have to actually fill this data into these text boxes. So how to do that? So for that we have to just write like this. First thing, we are going to check that if ds data set is empty or not. So in data set, you know that the data is stored in the form of tables. So I'm going to write like this: tables dot rows count is not equal to 0. Okay, so if this will not equal to 0, then only this code will be executed. In other condition, if you are trying to assign nothing into a text wall, then this will generate an exception and this will suddenly close your application. So now we have the value in this data set. Let me just add, here you can see this, I have added a breakpoint here, and let me just execute this program. When I click on this and when I click view-1001 and search student, now here we stopped and just hover on this data set, and after that you have to just go and just click on this magnify glass. Here you can see this view1001 is the enrollment number and this is filled with the data. In the case if you just enter some wrong ID, then this will filled with nothing. So I have entered the wrong ID and just click on this, and here you can observe that this table is empty. So in the case if I don't add this if condition, if I don't check that data set is empty or not, then we are trying to assign the null value to text box and this will generate a error. So that's why I'm going to use this. Okay, so now I hope you got clear with this why I'm using this stuff. So first thing what I want is I want to set the name. So dataset dot text equals ds dot tables, and from which table we actually have only one table, so table 0, and rows 0, and which column actually we need. The rows will be always 0 because we have only one row, and from that we have to extract the value. So what we have to do is we have to change the column name one by one. So as you know that this first column, that is the 0th column, is the ID. Okay, so that is a primary key, so we don't want that. We want to assign the name. So first column is nothing but name. Okay, so let me just put this value dot to string, just convert that value into string. So let me just execute this and show you. Okay, so you can see this. When I click on this PU-1001, when I click on this, here you can see this is filled with a low case. Okay, so let me just close this and just close this, and the same way we have to assign the remaining value. So we have to assign txt department dot text equals ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 2 dot to string. So guys, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get updated with our new content. And just subscribe us to support. I don't know how, you have to just click on the red subscribe button right below this video. Okay. So after this, txt semester dot text equals ds dot tables 0 3 dot to string. Okay. Okay, so we actually faced one small problem. So let me just start this. An issue book PU-1001. And when I click on this, here you can see this. In the department, it's filled with the enrollment number. So why this is happening, let me just show you. Let me just add a breakpoint over here. Okay, so let me add a breakpoint over here and just start this. And issue PU-1001 and just click on this. Just go to data set, and when I click on this, here you will find that the 0th row and the 0th column SID, we don't want that. We want S name. So this is 0th row and 1 column. Here you can see the 0 1. This will assign the name. This one is 0 and 1. Sorry, 0 and 2. So 0 and 2 is enrollment number. So in department we have assigned the enrollment number. So we have to skip this enrollment. So we have to actually assign 3 over here, and after that 4, 5 and 6. I hope you understand. If you don't understand, just comment and ask with us, or if you face any problem, then just go to our Instagram account and there you can message directly and you can contact us directly. I will reply you as soon as possible. Okay. So we have to change this stuff. Let me just stop this and let me remove this breakpoint, and we have to add 3 and 4 over here. The same way we have to do for the remaining. So txt contact and equals contact dot text equals ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 row, and this one is 5 to string. Okay, in the same way we have to do for the email dot text equals ds dot tables this one to 6 and convert this to string. Okay, and in the else condition, if the ID is, suppose, let me just start this and let me show you one small stuff. So suppose here U101 1001. When I click here, you can see this is filled with the data. So now it's looking nice. Everything is filled in the proper order, and you can see this select the data. So now the task is done here. Suppose what I want is when user enters some other email ID. So here you can see this. When I click on this, nothing is happening. So what I want is when a user enter or the administrator enter wrong enrollment number, I want these data needs to be cleaned. So how to do that? For that we have to just add one else condition over here. Else condition. So try to understand one small stuff is that this will execute only when this data set have valid. This data set have some value. So understand this clearly. So this data set have only have value when this EID match into this database. Okay, so you need to understand this small stuff. When this EID, that is enrollment number, only match, then this data set will have some value, and when it have some value, this is going to check that this is empty or not. So it's not empty, then this task is performed. And if this is empty, then this condition will be fail. In that condition, this else condition will be executed. In this else condition, what we have to do is we have to just clear the text fields if it have some data. So txt name dot clear txt department dot clear. After that, we have to write txt sam dot clear txt contact. We want to clear that too. After that, txt email dot clear. And after this, I want to show a message that you have entered an invalid enrollment number. So how to do that? For that, I am going to use a message box dot show. And this, I have to write this. Okay. Invalid enrollment number. After this, we have to write error. Message box button needs to be okay. That's it. And after that, I want a message box icon needs to be error. Okay. So you have to write like this. So let me just execute it and let me just show you that. Here you can see this. When I write something wrong, invalid enrollment number, and let me just add one valid. Click on search. Here you can see this Puja and the small stuff is all filled. So let me just change this one. So you can see this location. And so let me just enter something wrong. So I have entered with the wrong enrollment number. When I click on this, all text boxes are clear, and here you can see this error invalid enrollment number. So let me just close this stuff. And here what we have to do is let me just close this. So now our data is filled. Okay. So now next what we have to do is we have to code for the issue book. Okay. So let me just go to this design and just double click on this to generate a click event of this issue book. So I have just clicked on this. And after this, what we have to check is that first thing what we have to do is we have to actually check that this text box is empty or not. Okay. So suppose txt name. Okay, so let me just remove this. So first thing what we have to do is we have to disable these all text boxes so that no of this user can actually make changes into this text field. So let me just go to this. Just make this a little bit large. After that, search for read only actually. Okay, so let me search read only. Here you can see this read only. So just make this enable. In the same way you have to do for the rest. Select one, go to properties, read only, make this true. Okay, so this one to also to read only. Okay. So this one only to change this one to list actually. Let me just search for the valid property. Okay, so enable true flat style standard. Okay. Okay, so let me just check this stuff. So what we have to do is we have to change the drop down style. Let me just find that. So here you can see this drop down style to drop down list. Just change this. The same way you can just click anywhere on that drop down and that will work properly. Okay, so after this, try to understand one small stuff. If why I'm going to write this txt name dot text is not equal to null, then this code will execute. Why I have written over here this stuff. If you are trying to understand, just focus on the stuff what is going on. So let me just make you understand what is this. Okay, so here what I have done is I have made this text box read only. When a user enter only valid enrollment number, then this text box will be filled with the data. So if that text box is empty, then this issue book will not work. This button will not work. And if this text box have some data, then this issue book, we can issue a book on that enrollment number. Okay, so before we are going to code further, what we have to do is we have to execute one query to create a table, so that in that we have to assign the value. Okay, okay, assign these records. Okay, so let me just move back to this database, and here you have to execute this query. You can just pause the video and you have to just manually write this, or you can just go to description and copy this table from this query from there. Okay, so what I have done over here is I have just written over here is create table, and this is a table name, that is IR book, that is issue and return book basically. Here I have given an ID that is auto incremented, and it's a primary key and it's not null. I have added a constraint. So here what I have written this TD enrollment number is this, in the varchar not null, student name varchar not null, department not null, semester not null, contact, that is begin not null. In previous video I've already explained you why this is big end in the place of end. I've already explained you. Okay, so this is student email varchar not null, book name varchar not null, issue date varchar not null. And here you can observe one small stuff is that book return date varchar 250, and it can be allowed it except null. Okay, because at the time of issue we cannot fill the return date. Okay, so that will be filled in the place of in the date of return. Okay, so you have to just execute this stuff. I hope you have executed this, and now I'm going to code for the further. Just move back to this video, and here you can see this. So let me just go to this event, and after that here what we have to do is here you can observe one small stuff that maximum 3 books can be allowed to a student, one student. So what we have to do is first what we want to do is we want to actually search how many student, how many actually books has been allotted to a particular enrollment number. So from where we have to code for this is we have to code for this and the search student button. So click on this and move over here. So here I'm going to write one more code, few lines of code over here. So what is that? We just add so that this will actually look nice and you can uniquely identify that what this code is. Here I'm going to write this code to count how many book has been issued on this enrollment number. So here what we have to do is our SQL connection is already done here, so we are going to use that. So we have to actually change this stuff. So let me just copy this and paste it over here, and we have to take one variable that is nothing but a count variable. So I'm going to take this upside here. Okay, so I've added a count over here. Here you can see this, and let me just change this stuff, that is select count. Count is a actually a function in SQL. This count is not this. Okay, so I have to write this count, and within this we have to what we have to count is std underscore enrollment from table, that is issue and return book, where enrollment number is, where std we have to change this enrollment number name std enroll, and the eid, and we have to check one more condition, that is book return date underscore date is null. Okay, so if you have not understood what I have written over here, don't worry, I'm just going to explain you small each stuff, don't you worry about that. So here you can see this, it's showing error, so let me just resolve this because you may get confused with this. Okay, so this is showing error, so not to worry about that, you have to just add one. Okay, so one over here, and that's it. This will work fine. Okay, Now you can see this, all the error has been resolved. So now I'm going to explain what the hell is going on over here. So I'm working with this. Okay, so let me just execute this once more and let me just show you. So when I execute this, here you can see this, it's a lots of data. So what we are going to do is we are going to actually count that select count std enrollment number. Okay, so in this table what we are going to search is count this student name, student enrollment number. Okay, so we are going to count the student number which is inserted into that text box, search text box. Here you can see this. In this text box we are going to take the value from this text box, and from this where enrollment number is this. Here, till here you have understood. Okay, so after that what we have added is and book return date is null. So that what is that? Book return date is null. It means that if the user has not returned the book, then only this return date is null. So it means that if user suppose the user has taken or issued 3 books, so there will be a 3 null row with the return date. Okay, so I hope you understand this stuff. So here you can see this with the Alok, here you can see this Alok 2, and okay, so you can observe one small stuff is that Alok, here you can see this Alok is here, Alok is here, and Alok is here. Here you can see this in 3 rows the return date is null. So we cannot issue book to this Alok because it's already taken the 3 books and it haven't returned. If you return 1 book, then this return date will be added, and then he will be eligible to take 1 more book. Okay, so here we are actually checking that he has not returned. We are going to check here that how many books he haven't returned. So we will find that it's 3. Then this will not give any book to that student. So now we have the value into this data set. So now I'm going to assign that value into this count equals int, and we have to convert that into parse integer type. So ds1 dot tables 0 dot rows dot 0 0 dot, and just convert this to string like this. Okay, so we have some error over here, so we have to actually mention this. Okay, sorry, so we have to replace this stuff. Okay, dh1 dot tables dot rows 00 dot 2 string, and now this will be, now this count have the value how many books actually the student have taken. Okay, so after this, now we are going to use this count here, not to worry about that. So in this, first thing what we have checked that txt name should not be empty. After this what we have to do is if combo box dot combo box books dot, okay, select index, selected index is not equals -1, and count is greater than or equal to 2. So this is the variable in which we have actually assigned the value. Okay, so this is the count, and with this we are going to compare. Here you can see this, we are checking 2 conditions. So first thing, that combo box needs to be selected, and the second condition, the count should be greater than or equal to, sorry, we have written wrong here, less than or equal to 2, because we have to count the 0, 1 and 2. So 3 books are here. You can see this. Let me just add one message box. Okay, dot show hello, I am in, and just save this and just start this. I'm going to show you why this I have written over here. Just click on this. Okay, so when I click on this, you can see this u dash 1002. Okay, So suppose I haven't clicked over here and nothing is over here. So when I click on this, nothing happened. So I'm going to just click on this, and here you can see this. When I click on this, nothing happened till now because I haven't selected this combo box. So now I'm going to select this one, and when I click on this, hello, I am in, because first condition is that this text box needs to be filled, and second condition is that this combo box needs to be selected. So now when I click on this will work fine. So I hope you understand what is going on over here. So let me just remove this quickly, and after this what we have to do is we have to take the value from each text box. So for that we have to create a variables string enroll equals txt, enter enrollment dot text. We have to insert the text enrollment number as well. String as name equals txt name dot text. String department equals txt department dot text. Sam equals txt sam dot text. Okay, so we have enrollment number, name, department, and semester. Enrollment number, name, department, and semester. After that, contact, email, book name, and book issue date. So after semester, what we have is contact number. So contact number is in integer format. So 64 contact equal end 64 dot parse, and this we have to write txt contact dot text. After this we have to write this string email equals txt email dot text. String, after this we have book name equals combo box, that's a combo box books dot text. Finally we have issue date. So string book issue date equals date time picker. Okay, date time picker dot text. So now we have the value into the variables. So after this what we have to do is we have to insert this value into the database. So we have to make the SQL connection. For that, let me just copy this code. So let me just copy this code over here and just paste it over here. And after that we have to actually change this line of code. So let me just copy this code from my completed project. Okay, so I'm going to paste it over here, and let me just explain you all this stuff. Okay, this is actually extra, that's right. Okay, so here what I have done is insert into IR book. This IR book is the name of the table which I have created. Here you can see this IR book, and after this std, this stuff is nothing but this is the column name. So here you can see this. Okay, so let me just make this little bit small. So here you can observe one small stuff is that std enrollment number is the first column name. After that std name. The same way I have done over here, std enrollment number, std name. Make sure that you follow the same sequence. Just pause the video and write this line of code. After this, in these column name, I have mentioned the column name. Here you can see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 over here. So let me just move back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are not going to insert the return date. That will be the separate module. Okay, so I'm going to show you that later. Okay, so I have we have written the column name over here, and after that we are going to insert the values into that. So values, enrollment number, enroll, we have written the variable over here. Here you can see this is enroll, it's selected now. The same way we have to do S name, department, semester, contact. Follow the same sequence. Don't change the sequence. Just pause the video and write like this. Okay. Here you can see this single quotes and double quotes enrollment, single quote, double quote S name. For the contact only, we will have this double quotes only. Here you can see this. We have this double quotes plus plus and contact because it's in the big end format. It's in the integer format. That's why. For the string, we have to write like this, comma, double quotes plus Sam, double quotes, comma. Okay, so let me just move till over here. So now just pause the video and write everything. Okay. So I hope you have written over here. So now I'm going to move further. So here you can see this. So now when you execute this query, this will actually done the task. I'm going to, here you can see this, we don't need this data set because we are not getting back any data from the database. So let me just remove this stuff with this spawn.open. We have to open the connection and let me just remove this stuff from here. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to write this command execute non-query. Okay. Execute non-query. Here you will find this. And after this, we have to write this connection. We have to close the connection because we have opened that. And finally, okay, so you can see this error has been resolved. And after this, what we have to do is we have to show a message that book had been issued. Message box dot show book issued. Okay, and just let me write this message box name success. And after that, message box button needs to be okay, and this message box needs to be icon, have some icon. So message box icon, and which icon we need is information. We are giving information that book has been issued. So now task till here is done. Suppose if this column combo box is not selected, then what the stuff we want to show to the user, that the else condition. Here you can see this, if these two conditions satisfied, this code will be executed. Otherwise it goes to else condition. In else condition, I'm going to show one small stuff. Let me just copy this code and paste it over here, and let me just change this stuff. So here we are going to check two conditions, that is either the book is not selected or you have issued maximum books. Okay, so I'm going to change this stuff. So select book or maximum number of book has been issued, and just change this to no book. Okay, so let me just start this and let me show you that if it's working or not. So for Alok, we have seen that already 3 books has been issued. Okay, so let me just check the Alok enrollment number. So Alok enrollment number. Okay, so Alok has been removed from the database. Okay, so let me just issue for some new student, that is Lokesh. Okay, PU 1001. PU dash 1001. And just click on over here. Here you can see this. When I click on this, select book or maximum number of book has been issued. Okay, so let me just select the book. Oops, and just issue. Book issued. Here you can see this. Let me just close this stuff and open this stuff once again. U dash 1002. Okay, so it's 1 location. Let me select one more, Java show book issued. The same way I'm going to do for one more, U dash 1001 and select, and PHP issue book. So here you can see this. Now we have selected the book name, but still it's showing this. But why? Because now this location has already been issued with the 3 books. One in previous time while I'm coding, and two I have done right now in front of you. Okay, so now here this code is working fine. Okay, so now let me just move back to the code, and here this condition is done. So what I need to do is, here you can see this, if textbox.text is not null. If it's null, then we have to also show one information. Okay, so so we have to actually change this stuff here. This is an error, so let me just change this one to error. Okay, and after this, for this if, we also have to mention one else condition. This I'm going to show one message box dot show enter valid enrollment number, and message box name needs to be error. Message box button dot OK, and message box icon needs to be error. So let me just start this and show you what this will done. So here you can see this, when I click on this search button, so nothing happened. When I click on this, enter a valid enrollment number, because it's empty. Okay, so let me add something, and issue book, enter a valid enrollment number. Okay, so because we are checking that if the data set is empty, if this text box is empty, then this will show an invalid enrollment number. Here you can see this. Let me just close this. So here we are checking that the text box name is empty. Okay, so not should be empty. So that will only done when our condition satisfy and that text box is filled with the data. So that's why it's showing that enter valid enrollment number. So we are done with this issue book. So now we have to code for what? We have to code for actually this one, txt enrollment, this one text box. If it's null, then all these data needs to be cleared. So let me just start this, and when I issue book, and suppose I have entered pu-1001 and hit enter, here you can see this. When I delete this, now it's an invalid enrollment number. So what I want is, when I delete this, these data needs to be removed from here. So how to do that? For that, we have to code on this text change event of this text field. So just right click and go to properties and just click this one, events, and here you have to find text change. Just double click on that, and we are going to change that if txt enrollment dot text is equal to null, then what I want is, I want to actually delete the data, clear name dot clear, so txt department dot clear, txt sam dot clear, and I want to clear the contact as well, and txt email dot clear. Okay, so now just start this. I have set the condition that if text box is null, then only clear the text boxes. So let me just add pu-1001 and just enter. Here you can see this. Now it's filled with the data. So I'm going to remove one by one. And when it's clear, everything is removed. So now it's working fine. So now it's looking better than before. So now one small stuff is still remaining. What is that? So that we have to code for this one. Okay, so let me just see. We have to code for this refresh button. So what I want is, when I click on this refresh button, everything on the display needs to be clear. So I'm not going to write a very large code for this button. I'm going to write a very small and simple line of code. So what I just try to understand, what I have said is, when I clear this text field, when I clear this enrollment number, all this text field will be empty. So on this click button, I want that this text box needs to be cleared. When this text box will be cleared, all the data from this will be removed. So just double click on this to generate a click event, and in this I'm going to clear this enrollment dot clear, and for that text box, if that text box is empty, then this will clear all the text box. So in short, I'm using this code with the help of this. So let me just start this and show you is that working or not. So here you can see this PU-1001, and when I click on this, here you can see this the text is filled with the data. So when I click on this, here you can see this all the stuff has been removed because I have set this null. So if this is null, then all the data has been needs to be removed. So now it's working fine. So we are remain with this exit button. So how to do that? What I want is when I click on that exit button, this form needs to be closed. So double click on this, and we have to write this dot close. That's it. Just start this, and when I click on this, here you can see this. Now it's working fine. So what I want is before closing, it needs to be it needs to be asked from the user that if you are sure you want to exit. So for that, we have to just write message box dot show are you sure, and message box name needs to be confirmation, and this needs to be icon something warning. So message box button needs to be OK or cancel, and I want this message box icon needs to be warning, and we have to check that if user enter OK, if user enter click on OK, then only this code needs to be performed. So is equals dialog dot dot OK. So here we have checked that condition. So now if we just start this, okay. So here you can see this. When I click on this, when I enter enrollment of PU-1001, and when I click on this, everything is working fine. And when I click on this, are you sure you want to exit? Are you sure? If I cancel, nothing will happen. If I click on yeah, okay, so this will close the form. Okay, so now it's working fine. So that's it for today's video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to code for actually how to design this form return book. So let me just show you quickly with the completed project. Here you can see this one is complete. So let me just write this user ID and password. Okay, so in the next video, I'm going to show you how to design this form. Here you can see this PU-1001. So for Lokesh, here you can see this. Now Lokesh, as I have shown you that Lokesh is issued with the 3 books, that's why I can't able to issue 1 more book. So here you can see this. So I'm going to just show you how to design this in the next video. So just stay tuned, and before you leave the channel, you need to subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get updated with our new content. And please subscribe and share with your friends as much as possible. So thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to backend code and how to design this form. This is actually issue book. If you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description or click on the suggestion on right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this return book. Here you can see this. When I enter enrollment number, that is 1002, and when I search it, here you can see this. For this enrollment number, all the books which is issued to this student are visible here. When I click on this, here you can see this. We have option to return the book. When I cancel, now this form is in the reset state. Okay, so first we are going to design, after that we will code. So let's start with the designing part. Before starting, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you get updated with our new content. Okay, so as you all know that we are working with library video. So here we are in this project. Okay, so first thing what I need to do is we need to add a form. So for that, just go to Solution Explorer and right click on your project name, and you have to select the add option. And after that, you have to just click on the Windows form. When you click on Windows form, a form like this will be open, and here you have to give the name for this form, that is nothing but return book, and click on add. It will add a form. In this way we have the new form here. Now what I need is, I want this form of the same size as the previous one. So let me just move back over here and just right click on this and go to properties, and here let me just copy the size of this form. So here we have, just copy this and just go to properties of this and just paste it over here. Just search for size. Here you can see this and hit enter. Now this form in the proper size. After that, I want the background color also needs to be same. For that, just go to properties and search for background color. Here you will find this. Let me just copy the color code. Here you can see this, the background is orange. So in the same way, I am going to copy the background color. So this one is here. Just copy and paste it. Just go to properties, and in this back color, you have to paste this. 255, 192, 128, and hit enter. Now the background color is orange. After that, you observe one small stuff is that we have one panel. This is a data grid view and this is another panel. So let me add these stuff. Here you can see this is a scroll bar. So for that you have to enable one property, that is auto scroll of your form. So what we have to add is one panel, one data grid view, and this is one another panel. Let me add that quickly. So first thing, I'm going to enable the auto scroll. So here you will find this auto scroll. You have to make this true. Okay, so this will the scroll bar is functional later. I will show you that. Don't worry about that. Just turn this true for now. Let me add one panel. So here you can see this. I'm searching for panel. Just drag and drop it over here. And after that, we need to change the color of this too. So let me just change the color. Just go to properties, back color, change this one to silver like this. Okay, and let me just copy the size of this. Just go to properties. Okay, so color code is a little bit different, so let me just leave that size. Just copy and just go to properties, and after that paste the size. 259, 368. Hit enter. So now it's in the proper size. Let me change the color a little bit more. So let me change this one too. Okay, so now it's looking nice. In the same way, we have to add a data grid view. Just search for data grid view, drag and drop it over here, and just make it large like this. Okay, and after that, what we need is, we need one panel and below over here. So I have to add one more panel. So let me add that. Just drag and drop it. Here you can see this. Here you can observe one small stuff is, when I added a panel, here you can see this scroll bar is now visible. Here you can see this. So when you turn that feature on, then this will happen automatically. You don't have to worry about that. So let me just copy the size of this panel. So just go to properties. Let me just scroll it down a little bit so that you can see. So let me just copy the size. Here you can see this 702 and 141. So just go back over here and just go to properties, and after that change the size. Okay, so now we can see this. So make this panel of the same width. So now it's nice, and change the color of this. Okay, so let me change the color of this panel, same as this one. So for back color, here the color code is 192, 255 and 255. So I have copied the color. Just go to properties and back color, just paste it and hit enter. So now we have, the form is ready. Now we have to add the stuff into this and this panel. So in this panel, what we have is, let me just check that out. So first thing, what we have is one picture box and one label, text box, button, and these two buttons more. So let me add these stuff. So first thing, I need to add one picture box. So just drag and drop it over here. Just click on this, choose images, local resources. As I've already told you that I have provided the link for all images and icons I'm using in the description. Just go and download it over here. And if you have not subscribed, then just please subscribe and hit the bell icon. So okay, so I'm going to click on this import, and it will open a local resources of your computer and just explore where you have put the image. Okay, so I'm using this image over here. Just open it and hit OK. Just make this stretch image. Okay, so now here we have the image now. Just make it large as per your requirement or as it look good. After that we need one label, so let me just drag one label here. Just drag and drop it. Just go to properties and change the name of this to enter enrollment number. So change this one to hit enter. After that we need to change the properties of this one, so just go to properties and change the font. Change its font to, it's taking a little bit of time, so change this one to 12. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After this what we have is we need one text box and one button. Let me add text box. So just drag and drop it over here. You can see this. Just make it large and just go to properties and increase its font to 11 and hit OK. So now it's looking nice. Now let me just move this little bit down, and now I need one button. So just search for button in toolbox. Now drag and drop the button over here and just go to properties, and you have to change few stuff. That is, first thing you have to change this flat style from standard to pop-up, and after that you have to change the font to bold and 10. Hit OK. And after that you have to change the text, that is search student. Hit enter, and you have to make this button a little bit large like this. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Oh, size of this has been decreased. Okay, so let me increase that size. Just click on this, go to font, search 12. Okay, so now it's looking nice. After that I need two more buttons, so let me just drag and drop quickly and change this style too. So this one is actually reset button or refresh actually, and this one is exit. Okay, so we have to change the font and this flat style as well. So first change the flat style to pop up, and after that change this font to 10 bold and hit OK. The same way you have to do for this one too. Change this one to bold and 10 and hit OK. Let me just increase the size of this button a little bit. Okay, in the same way do for the second one. So now it's looking nice. So change this one standard flat style to pop up. Okay, so now it's looking nice. Here you can see this. Now we have this similar panel, and now we have to design this one, the panel below over here, and here we have to add few stuff. That is, let me just show you, 3 labels and 2 text boxes, 1 daytime picker, and these 2. Okay, so let me add that quickly. So we have to add 3 labels. So first let me drag and drop the few labels, that is 3 labels. Just copy and paste to replicate. And after that I need 2 text boxes and 1 date time picker. So just copy and paste to replicate, and after that I need 1 date time picker. Just drag and drop it over here. And after that I need few buttons, that is buttons. Just drag and drop it. I need 2, so just copy and paste to replicate. And let me just give them a similar look. Okay, so let me just change the name of this one. So just change, go to properties and search for text, and there you have to change this to book name, and this one to book issue date. Hit enter, and this one to change this one to book return date. Hit enter. And now we have to move this little bit right side. Okay, so it's moving with the label, so I have to drag these one by one. Okay, that's looking nice. And let me just increase this size of this text box similar to daytime picker. Okay, and let me just change the font of these labels. Just click on this 12. Okay, the same we have to do for the remaining labels. Just go to properties, search for font and increase the size to 12. Okay, so here you can observe that now it's looking nice. And the same we have to change the size of this text boxes as well. So 10, just to make this 10. This one also to 10. And finally we have to change the design of these buttons. So let me just change the name of this one to, let me just see the name of this button, return and cancel. So this one to return and this one to cancel. Cancel. Okay, and now we have to change few properties of this button. So first thing what we have to change is the flat style. So change that flat style to pop up, the same way to for the second one. And after that we have to increase the font size of these buttons as well. So just click on font and just increase that to 10 and bold as well. So here you can see this, now it's looking nice. 10 and bold. Okay, so if you want to give them a nice look, so you can actually change the back color of this button. Just change the back color of this cancel button to a little bit red so that it look nice. Okay, so you can see this, now it will look nice. So one still stuff is remaining, that let me just make this short. Here you can see this. When user click on that data grid view, after that this is visible. Okay, so it's quite small, so I have to make this much. Okay, so now it's looking nice. As you can see this, the panel will be visible like this. After that user has to scroll this panel. Okay, so now we have to connect this form. Our form is ready. We have to connect this form with our dashboard. So here you can see this, when I start this and when I click on return book, nothing happens. So I have to connect it with that. So how to do that? For that, just go to dashboard and just double click on this return book to generate a click event. Just double click on this, and after that we have to make an object of that is return book, the panel name, that is return book rb equals new return book, and rb.show we have to use the method. And when you start this, you will find that now it's visible. So now I'm going to click on this. Here you can see this. Okay, so here you can see this, when I drag this, this is in the red color, it's looking nice. Okay, so in this way, but small stuff is still remaining, that this panel is in the not in the center. When I click on this button, here you can see this, it's not present in the center, so I have to code for that. So we have to change a little bit stuff, that is just go to properties of this panel, and after that you have to change the start position of this panel. Here you can see this start position, and click on this and you will find the center screen. Now start this, and now when you click on this panel start pop up in the center of the screen. Okay, so I hope you liked the video. So just that's it for today's video, guys. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and hit the bell icon. In the next video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this form, so stay tuned and just support us. Thanks. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this form. This is a return book form, and as you can see that this form look like this. If you have not watched my previous video, then just please go to description and check out the video link, or you can just click on the right side suggestion on your screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to backend code for this, because here you can see this, when I enter something like this, nothing happens. So I'm going to code for that. So how these all buttons are functional, how do these buttons will work. Okay, let's start with that. Let me just close this. First let me increase the size of this, because it's not that much nice. So let me just increase the font size to 10. Okay. Okay, so after that, first thing what I want is, when I enter something into this and when I click on this search button, this data grid view needs to be filled with the data of that student. Okay, so for that, first thing what I need is button click event. So first let me just change the design name of these stuff. So how to do that? For that, first just go to properties, and after that change the design name. So for that, just search for name, and here you have to change this one to txt enrollment, enter enroll, and after that change this button name to btn search student, and this one to btn refresh, and this one to btn exit. And the same we have to change for these also, so change this one to txt book name, this one to book issue date, txt book issue date, and we have only one date time picker, so we don't need to change that. Just change the design name of this button, so btn return, and change this one to btn cancel. Okay, so now what we have to do is, actually I'm not changing the name of this data grid view because we have only one data grid view. Okay, so first thing what I need to do is, we have to generate a click event for this button. Just double click on this and click event is generated. Here you can see this. So first thing what we have to do is, we have to make a SQL connection. So for that, SQL connection, and after that you will find a small pop-up here in the right side, sorry, left side, blue, and here you can see this. Just click on this. This will include the library, import the library, and after that you have to just make a connection, SQL connection object. So new SQL connection, and after this you have to pass the connection string. So in this you have to write this data source and equals, you have to copy that from your actually database. So let me just open that quickly. So it will take a little bit of time, so don't worry about that. So I'm using this Microsoft SQL Server 2012 Management Studio, as you all know that. Here you can see this, when you open you will find the server name. You have to just copy this and you have to paste it over here, and you have to mark one more forward slash, and after that I have to mention the library database name. So for that, just write database, and here you have to mention library, because my database name is library. You can put your database name if you have changed that, library, and after that you have to type integrated security equals true. So make sure you don't make any spelling mistake that will cause an error. Okay, so after this what we have to do is, we have to make a SQL command object, cmd equals new SQL command, and in this command we have to pass the connection string object, sorry, connection object, SQL connection. So cmd dot connection equals con, and after that what we have to do is, we have to pass the connection string, sorry, command string, command text actually. So in this we have to write select star from ir book, that is my table name. In previous video I've already shown you, I've created that when I have designed the issue book. Okay, so here you can see this. Okay, let me just show you quickly. Just connect this. and let me just change this stuff. Okay, so it's taking a little bit of time, so not to worry about that. So let me just change this one to library. Okay, so you can see this select star from IR book and just select this one and execute. So you can see this, my table is here, so it means that my table name is actually IR book. Okay, so you can see this, the null represents that book has been issued but not returned. Okay, so I'm going to show you that. So my table name is IR book, and here what we have to do is we have to only select those records which match the enrollment number of the student. So from where we get that enrollment number, we have to extract that value from the text box. Okay, just close these stuff. You can see this, we have to extract that value from this one, this text box, and I have changed this name of this text box to txt enter enroll. So select star from IR book, where we have to find that enrollment number. Let me just find the column name of that. So column name of enrollment number is std enrollment std underscore enroll. So you have to write the same. If you have mentioned any uppercase, then you have to write that in the uppercase, so don't make this small mistakes. Okay, so where std underscore enroll, and here we have to mention it's actually in the string format, so that's why we are using actually single quotes and then double quotes, and this we are actually concatenating with this. Okay, so txt and enroll, and from this text box what is needed is text. So we're checking that select star, we have to select all the records from which table IR book, where enrollment number is this, which is user entering in the text field. And after that we have to check and book return is equal to null. So here you can see this, what, let me just show you what I'm doing here is, here you can see this book underscore return date. This will null only when the book is not returned. So I'm going to check that condition too. So just write this column name over here. So book underscore return underscore date is null. Okay. So now I hope you understand. If you not understand, just comment in the comment section, or I will just explain you right now. So we are checking actually here two conditions. Select a star from IR book. Till here you understood, and after that what we are checking, that first thing, that student enrollment number is this, whatever is written in the text box, this one. Okay, so let me just write it over here. Okay, till here, suppose user enter pu-100 shift 1002, and after that we are going to check that and book return date is null. This is the condition. Okay, so if the book is returned, then why we need to return that? If this is not null, then that record will be not visible in the data grid view. This is going on here. Let me just remove this. If you still don't get it, then just text on us on Instagram, or you can just comment in the comment section. I will definitely explain you, and I will definitely make something other stuff for that to make you understand. Okay, so not to worry about that. So now after this, what we need to do is we need to actually store the data which we are retrieving from the database. So SQL data adapter DA equals new SQL data adapter, and this we have to pass the command cmd of command object, and after that what we have to do is we have to create an object of data set ds equals new data set, and this after that what we have to do is we have to fill this data set. So let me just fill this with ds. In this we have to pass the data set object, and now the task is done over here. Okay, so after that, suppose if user enters something wrong wrong enrollment number, then we need to do something for that. So suppose when user enters wrong enrollment number, it means that this condition will fail. This will return nothing, null. It means that data set is empty. So what we have to do is we have to check that if, okay, so let me just add a breakpoint here for now, and I will show you how to do that. For that, let me just add a breakpoint, and how this stuff is going on, I'm going to explain you that. Okay, so I've started the project, and here you can see this. When I click on this return book, pu-1002, when I click on search student, okay, it's taking time. Okay, something exception occurred. Additional information and network related. Okay, so I have made some mistake over here, so let me just resolve that quickly. Okay, so I have used here comma in place of colon, so let me just replace that with the colon, and let me start this once again. Return book pu-1002. When I click on this, here you can see this. Now we move over here the breakpoint. It means that this code is successfully executed. And after that, let me just see the data set. Here you can see this. When I click on this, only those records are visible whose return book is empty. Here you can see this. Okay, so now let me do one more stuff. That is, let me just enter the wrong enrollment number. So I have entered the wrong enrollment number. When I enter, so here you can see this data set is empty. Okay, so let me just write code for that to check that. Okay, so here you can see this. What we have to do is we have to check that if the data set is empty, if not null, then only the data grid will be visible. Okay, so tables, and in the 0 dot rows and dot count is not equals to 0, then only we try to fill the data grid view. If we try to fill the data grid view with null value, suppose user enter the wrong enrollment number, then the data set contain nothing, and when we try to assign nothing into the data grid view, then that will generate an exception in your program. So we need to check that for sure. So data grid view name is data grid view 1 dot data source equals ds dot tables, and in this we have to pass a 0 because we have only one table. And here you can see this. When you start this, and when I click on this, here you can see this. When I enter pu-1002, okay, here you can see this. Now we have the record. So if I enter something wrong, here you can see this, nothing happens. So let me just put this code outside this if block so that you can see the difference. Okay, so let me just start this. So I'm not checking that the data set is empty or not. So okay, so when I enter some valid user ID, then it will work fine. And if I enter something wrong, and when I click on search, nothing happens. Okay, here you can see this. Okay, so here you can see this. In the same way we have to do for, let me just put it back. And here what I want is, when a user entered wrong, I want to show a message that you have entered a wrong enrollment number or no book has been issued. So here we have to just put an else condition, and in this we have to write the message box dot show invalid ID or no book issued. And after this we have to make this, mark this text box, or sorry, message box as error, then give a name this error, and after that message box button needs to be okay, and icon needs to be error dot error. Just close this and just start this once again. Here you can see this. When I click on this and when I enter something wrong, invalid ID or no book issued. So now it's looking nice, better than before. In the previous condition I have shown you, when I enter some wrong enrollment number, then this data grid view is filled with some data which is empty table, nothing but an empty table. So that doesn't look that much nice. So it's saying that this book is not issued or invalid ID. So let me just enter a valid one, PU-1001, and when I enter this search student, here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. So next, what we have to do is, when this form loads, I want this panel needs to be invisible. Here you can see this. Now, for now, when I start this, when I click on this here, you can see this. For now, this panel is visible. What I want is, when a user enters some enrollment number, valid enrollment number, after that, when user click on that row, then this data needs to be filled with that data. So I want first thing to hide that panel. So for that, we have to code on the form load event. Just double click on this, and what I want is, we need to hide that panel. So let me just check the name of that panel. So just go to properties, and this name is panel 2. So I want this panel to be hidden. So panel 2, okay, panel 2 dot visible equals false. Let me just start this, and when you click on this here, you can see this. Now the panel is visible, and the auto scroll bar is also disabled. Okay, and we have to add few more lines of code over here. I will explain you later why I have added that. So I want to just actually clear this enrollment field when it's load. Okay, so that's it. After that, what we want to do is, I want to code for nothing but, so we have to code for data grid view cell click event. So go to properties of this one, and you have to just click on this event. Here you can see this. We have to select the cell click. Here you can see that this one is selfish. Just double click on this, and it will generate a cell click event, data grid view 1 underscore cell click event. Here we need few variables, so you have to take these variables to extract that value from that row on which the user clicked. So first thing I need is the string type, that is nothing but book name, and string type nothing but book date, and we need one integer int64, that is row ID. Okay, so we have created 3 variables over here, and after that I'm going to write something. So first thing what I need is, when I click on that data grid view, that panel below the panel which we have hidden, here you can see this on the return book load event, this panel is visible. First thing I want to show that panel. So panel 2 dot visible equals true. I have to do that. Let me just start that and show you that if it's still working or not. Return book PU-1001. It will say this nothing, no panel is over here, and I search it, and when I click on here, you can see this. Now this panel is visible. Okay, so now it's working. Okay, so now we have to extract the values from the clicked row. So how to do that? For that, first we have to check the condition, data grid view 1 dot rows, and in this we will use this object e dot row index. We will extract the index dot cells. Okay, and in this we have to pass that e dot column index dot value not need to be null. Okay, and after this, if it's not null, then what we need to extract these data. So how to do that? For that, first I want to extract the row ID. So that's actually in the integer format, so we have to parse that value to integer, convert that value, because whatever in the text is in the string format, so we have to convert that into that integer format. So for that, integer 64 dot parse, and in this method we have to use data grid view 1 dot rows e dot row index dot cells 0 dot value dot to string. So here you can see this. What we have done is, from data grid 1 row, and we have selected that row index, and from that row index, from that row we are extracting the zeroth value, because 0 is always our the column, actually the primary key, that is the ID of that. Here you can see in the database, you can see this is the for zeroth column and this is the ID. Ignore this because that's of the database. So we have to see this ID. Here you can see this. That is the zeroth. That's why I've used 0 over here. Here you can see this. Okay, so we have to actually extract the book name and book date. So for that we are going to use the ID. Book name is here too. This one is 0, 1 and 2. This one is 2. And okay, this is not actually book name, this is student name. Here we find the book name. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 7. And this one is 8, book issue date. Here you can see this one is book issue book date. Okay, so we have to copy, okay, actually we have to copy this much stuff because it's already in the string, so we don't need to parse that. So for that b name equals, and we have to paste it this, and after that we have to change this one cell to 7 as I have counted it right now. And after that we have that book date, and we have to paste it, and we have to change this stuff to 8. So after now we have the value into these variables. So now what we have to do is we have to set these values to the text boxes. Here you can see this. We have two text box, book name, book issue date, and this needs to be selected by the user. Okay, so we have to set book name and book issue date into these two text box. So how to do that? So for now, let me add one breakpoint over here and just start this and see if we click on that row we get that data or not. Okay, so let me just view dash 1001, and when I click on this, search a student now, you can see this, the book name is data structure and book issue dated Monday 20. So just click on this, and here you can see the row ID is 18. Okay, and after that book name is, we just hover on this one, book name is data structure. Here you can see this, and when I hover on this, Monday April 2020. So now it's working. Okay, so now we have to assign these value into these text boxes. So still you can see that these text boxes are empty. So let me just stop this and let me add this stuff. So txt book name, the text box name dot text, and this we have to set the text that's in the variable b name. And in the same way we have to do for the issue date dot text, and that's in the book date. So now when I start this, and when I enter enrollment number, and when I click on this, here you can see this, oops, and it's on the Friday, May 15, 2020. Here you can see this, oops, Friday, May. When I click on this, data is changed. Here you can see the data structure. So now it's working fine. So now the task is done till here. So now what we have to code is we have to code for the return book button. So let me show you that. So you can see this, when I click on this return book, I want to return only this book. Okay, so let me just code for that. For that, just go to your form and just double click on this return book to generate a click event. Just double click on this, and after that we have to make again the SQL connection. For that we have to just copy this line of code and just paste it over here. And after this, what we have to do is we have to actually update. So I don't need these stuff, so let me just remove this. And after that, first thing what I need is connection dot open. We have to open the connection, and after this I want to pass the command text. So command text, what we need to do is we need to actually, here because in the database we have this null value, so we have to only update the return date into this. Okay, so this empty column. So how to do that? For that you have to just write update table name, that is ir book, set book underscore return underscore date equals plus date time picker date time picker dot text. From this we need the text plus it's in the string format. So this is actually the table name and this is the column name. Here you can see this book underscore return and underscore date. So I have written it over here and we have to check that the condition that which ID needs to be which enrollment number and what is the ID, row ID. Okay, so we have to check the two conditions where std underscore enrollment equals needs to be matched with the enter txt enrollment enter enrollment dot text needs to be matched with the user which user has entered. And after that we have to check one more condition. If only we execute the query till here, then it will return all the book which has been issued to one student at a single time. So for that we have to actually check that which row has been clicked, which row has been selected, and only that needs to be returned. For that I'm going to check one more condition, that is and id equals, and id is in the integer format, so plus row id. So I have extracted this row id from here. Here you can see this. Okay, here you can see this row id and I have extracted this row id over here. So only that row id needs to be returned. Okay, so let me just double quote over here. So now it's fine. I hope you understand this. If you don't understand, then just comment and I will just explain you what this going on over here. So after this I have to write one more thing, that the cmd dot execute non-query, and we have to finally close the connection. Con.close. And after this what I need to do is I want that when a user return a book, that form needs to be reload. Okay, so how to do that? For that just you have to do like this, return, that is the actually this form name, that is return book underscore load, we have to call that. So this one, here you can see this, and in this we have to pass two stuff, that is this and null. When you call this, this will reload the form. This will call this form. Here you can see this. This will call this and this will do two tasks. First thing is that this form, the panel over here needs to be, this will be invisible and this text box will be cleared. Here I have called that load method over here. And after that, before that, what I need is I want to show a user confirmation that your book has been returned. For that we have to write message box dot show, and in this you have to write return successful, and this message box needs to be named success and needs to button of OK. And after that we need icon, so message box icon dot information, and now it will look nice. So let me start this. Return book pu-1001 and search. Here you can see this for 1001 103 books has been issued. So now I'm going to issue one more book for this one, pu-1001 and search student, and I'm trying to issue one book. Here you can see this maximum number of book has been issued. So let me just close this and go to return book and pu-1001 and search student, and I want to return this book one. Okay, so this one, here you can see this book is nothing but data structure, or let me just return this Java book. So I have selected that row and here you can see this. When I return, only that record needs to be returned, so that is 26 and the book is Java on May 25. So I'm going to return that. When I click on this, okay, so some exception occurred, invalid column std enroll. Here you can see this, I have make a small mistake. I have already warned you for this, don't make this mistake. So let me just change this std enroll. Here you can see this, it's enroll. Let me just check that. std, where it is, std underscore enroll, enroll. Now it's fine. So let me start this once again, and I'm going to u-1001 and search student, and I'm going to return this one. So that's Java. So you can see when I click on OK, this form loads and this text box is empty, and here you can see this. Okay, so we have to mention one more thing, that is we have to actually this call this search button, because this panel you can still find that we have 3 records over here. This is because we have already that data from the previous. Okay, so let me just select. Here you can see this. Now we have only 2 records. One book has been returned, that is the Java is missing over here. So now it's working. Okay, so now after this what we have to do is we have to do code for the few remaining buttons. That is nothing but refresh, exit and cancel button. So let me code for that. First thing, one more stuff is remaining, that first text change event for this one. So if this is null, then what we have to do is we have to set this data grid view to null. It means that no value to this data grid view, and our problem, one more problem will be resolved. Here you can see this. Currently, I have shown you that when I click on return, and when this return, this data grid view is filled with the previous old data, so that will be resolved. So let me just go to properties, and in this search for text change event, just double click on this and this form will load, and check the condition. If txt enter enroll dot text is not equals null, and if it's if it's null, then what we have to do is first thing, that panel needs to be invisible, panel 2 dot visible equals false, and second stuff, that is I want to set the data grid view with nothing, just empty. So for that, data source equals null. I have to set that. Okay, so let me just start this and I will show you what actually did we here, what we did it over here. So here you can see this u-1001. When I click on search student, here you can see this, we have this record, and I'm going to return one more book. So in the previous time, where you can see this, when I click on that return, this data is still over here. So this time this will not here, because we have set that when this text box is clear, the data from this needs to be removed. Okay, so let me just retain. Okay, here you can see this, nothing is over here, and this one is also empty. So I'm going to show you once again. So you can see this, when I search for this, only one record is still remaining. Okay, so let me just close this. Now it's working fine. After that, what we have to do is we have to code for this refresh button. Just double click on this and refresh button, click event is generated, and in this we have to do nothing. We have to just clear the text box, because on the text box clear, we have to clear this text box, because all the task has been done on this text box. We have to play smart. So txt enter environment dot text, dot clear, we have to use that. Okay, so here you can see this. Now it will work fine or not. Just start the project and return book. Here you can see this u-1001 and search student, and here you can see this, everything is now okay. u-1001, and when I click on this, here you can see this, everything is here. And when I click on this refresh button, so now here you can see this, the form is refresh. Okay, so now we are left with one more button, that is nothing but exit button. So just double click on this and exit button, click event will be generated, and here we have to do one small stuff, that is nothing but this dot close. This form will be closed, and one button is remaining, that is cancel. So in the same way, on the cancel button also we need to do the same stuff over here. Just copy and paste it, or we can do one small stuff, that is panel 2 dot visible equals false. So that will look nice. Okay, so let me show you. PU-1002 and search student, and we'll like click on row, and when I click on cancel, so okay, here you can see this. Now it's looking nice. Okay, so now we are done with this return book. So I hope you like the video, and if you like, then please subscribe and share with your friends and hit the like button. So in the next video I'm going to show you nothing but the complete book details. Here you can see this. This is a complete project. Password is pass and just enter. I'm going to show you how to design this complete book detail. You can see this. All the book which is currently for issued and return book. You can fetch all the data over here. The today date is something. It's Sunday, May 17. Here you can see this. I have returned two books that is of Lokesh. The first one is Java and Oaks. Here you can see this. These two records are visible, and all the issued book are visible over here. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to design this panel, how to design this form, and how to code for this access button. So thanks for watching. Please subscribe and hit the bell icon before leaving this video. Okay, so thanks. Hello everyone. Welcome to my YouTube channel. As you all know that we are working with library management system, and in the previous video I've already shown you how to backend code for this return book, and I've already shown you how to design this form. Okay, so if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. I have put the link of the previous video, or you can just click on this suggestion on the right side of your screen. So in this video, I am going to show you how to design this complete book details. Here you can see this. All the books which has been issued is visible, and all the books which has been returned is also visible. So I'm going to show you how to design this and how to backend code for this. So let's start with that. So as you know that we are working with library video project. So in this first thing what you have to do is you have to add a new form. So for that just go to Solution Explorer and right click on your project name, and after that click on add and select Windows form. In this you have to write the name of the form. That is nothing but, let me check it out, complete book details. So write it over here. And hit enter. So here you can see this, a new form is added now. So I want the size of this form of same as the previous one. Okay, so let me just copy the form size. So complete book details, and let me just copy the size of this. Just go to properties, and after that search for size. Here you can see this. Let me just copy this and paste it over here. So just right click and go to properties, and in properties you have to find size. Here you can see this. Size is 1076,551 and hit enter. Okay, so nice, looking nice. And I want the color code of this one as same as this. So let me copy this color code of this form as well. So back color, search for back color, and you have to write 255, 192 and 128. Okay, so let me set that back color. Here you can see this. So just paste it. Okay, here you can see this. When I have set this background color, the color is already changed. Now what I need to do is I need two label and two data grid view. So first label is nothing but issue book. So let me just change the text of this one. Okay, so issued book, hit enter. Let me change the font size of this one. So just search for font and click on this small dots, and after that you have to just increase this one to bold and 14. Okay, and let me change the color. So for color and select this one, and in the system you will find highlights. Okay, so you can see this. Okay, after that I'm going to add one data grid view. Search for data grid view and just drag and drop this one, and make the size of this data grid view same as in the complete project. So let me copy the size of this data grid view. So here you can see this size is 1036, 208. So I am going to set the size of this data grid view as same as that one. So search for size, and let me just paste it over here and hit enter. So now it's looking nice. Here you can see this. In the same way, we have to do for the return book. So I'm going to copy these two stuff and paste it once again. And here you can see this. And let me just change the name of this one. Okay, so this is actually return book. Okay, return book. Okay, so now our task is done till here for the designing part. What I want is I want to first link this with the database. Okay, and fill the data from into this data grid view. Before that, I want to link this form with dashboard. So let me just go to the dashboard. Okay, so it's loading. Now it's loaded. So what I want is when I click on this complete book details, I want to open this form. For that, just we need to generate a click event. For generating a click event, just double click on this and this will generate a click event. After that, you have to make an object of that. So let me just create a complete book details cdd equals new complete book details. After that, you have to use one method, that is cbd.show on the object of that. And after that, what I want is when this open, it needs to be open in the center. For that, you have to change the start position of this form. So just go to properties and change the start position to center. Okay, and save this. So now let me start this. Okay, so it's taking time. Okay, so here you can see this. When I click on this, now our form is visible, but still the data is not present in the data grid view. So now I'm going to fill the data. Okay, so we have to generate a form load event. For that, just double click on form and this will generate a form load event. Here you can see this. After this, what we have to do is we have to create a SQL connection. And here you can see this is small pop-up here because we haven't imported the library. So just click on that, and when you click on this, here you can see this library is imported. And after that, you have to create the object. So con new SQL connection, and after this we have to make a connection string. So for that, you have to write the data source equals, and you have to copy the data source name from your, just go to your MySQL. Okay, and here you will find one small stuff. Just go to file and click on this connect to server, and you will find this. Just copy the server name and just go back to your project, and after that paste it over here, and you have to add one more slash. Okay, after this, what you have to mention is database name. So database name, database equals, my database name is nothing but library. After that, you have to write integrated security equals true. Make sure T is capital. Okay, so don't make any spelling mistake, just be sure about that. After this, what we have to do is we have to create an object of SQL command. So SQL command cmd equals new SQL command. In this command, we have to pass the connection object, so con. And after this, what we have to do is we have to execute the command text into the SQL. So for that, select star from my table name is IR book, where book underscore return underscore date is null. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm selecting only those record which return date is null. Okay, so it means that whose return date is null, that book is issued but not returned. So it means that this data needs to be filled into data grid view of issued book. So here you can see this. I hope you understand what I am trying to explain you. If you don't understand, then just comment in the comment section. I will explain you, or you can directly text us on Instagram. Okay, so you can see this. After this, what we have to do is we have to make SQL data adapter DA equals new SQL data adapter. After this, we create an object of data set. ds equals new data set, and now we have to fill this data set. da.fill. Okay. Okay, we missed something here. You can see this. I missed ds over here. And now let me check that if it's working or not. Let's start this and click on this. Okay, so invalid operation exception occurred in this system.error. The select command property has not been initialized before calling fill. Okay, so let me check what actually I did a mistake. So I haven't used command over here, so you have to mention that cmd. And now I'm going to start this once again and check that if data is filled in this issued book or not. So just click on this. Okay, so it's not filled because now we have the data into the data set, but we haven't assigned that value to data grid view. So I'm going to assign that. So data grid view 1. So first data grid view name is nothing but, let me just close these stuff. And here you can see this is total properties, and here you can see this data grid view 1. And we have to set that data source equals ds.tables. In data set, the data is in the form of table. So I'm going to assign that table to data source, data grid view. Okay, so let me start this one again. And here you can see this. When I click on this, now the data is filled inside this issued book. Okay, so here you can see this, and the book return date is empty. So we are filtering the data of the issued book and return book. So we have to do the same for this return book. So I'm going to do that. So what we have to do is, our SQL connection is already done over here, so we have to repeat these line of code. So I'm going to write that. So cmd dot command text equals select star from IR book where book underscore return underscore date is not null. After this, what we have to do is we have to create a SQL data adapter object. So we can't give them the same name. So I'm going to write da1 equals new SQL data adapter, and in this we have to pass the command, so cmd. After this, we have to make one data set object, so data set, and ds1 equals new data set. After this, we have to use da1 dot fill ds1. So don't make object mistake. Okay, so make sure you are writing the correct stuff. After this, now we have the data into this data set 1. So we have to assign that into second data grid view. So data grid view 2 dot data source. Okay, so data source, and here you have to write ds1 dot tables, and just click like this. Okay, so I'm going to start this. Here you can see this. When I click on this, here you can see this, everything is now visible. All the issued book is currently present here, and all the returned book are here. So that's it for the today's video, guys. I hope you like this video, and please hit subscribe and hit the bell icon. And hey, in this video we have finally completed the project. So thanks for watching, and please subscribe.